Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Wampleville. Sorry that we are later, but I just literally walked in the door not all that long ago. We are going to be doing our Golden King of Abrakhan tonight. I think this is going to be super fun right here. Hey there, Armored Wolf. The videos were looking great. Sorry I could not kind of give you some heads up. Obviously, in that situation, it's kind of frowned upon to be pulling out the phone and sending messages and stuff. So sorry I couldn't kind of give you a little bit of a update or something like that. Hey there, Recoil. So yeah, Recoil, I just got back. So it was, and yeah, I remember it was an old-fashioned Irish wake. That's not Irish, but a Catholic wake for sure. Let me get this here. Okay, so this is the character that we are doing now, minus the cane. Of course, we don't have the cane on him. But here, let me get back to my main scene. So there you go. There is the main scene. Hey there, Camda. Great to see you, Landress. Yeah, I literally just got back. And of course, yeah, Armored Wolf, we're pulling up, and just as we're getting to the tracks, you know where they are, because I think you've been stopped by a train there too. It's like you got to be kidding me. Just as we're pulling up, down go the yeah, down went the stupid gates there. So it's that cost me about 15 minutes right there, Armored Wolf. Well, maybe not fit, maybe like 11-ish minutes or so. So great to see you there, Rico. Great to see you there, Camda. We do have some more of these. So these are the before versions of the Shadow Lord. So here's a more like a 28 millish version there, and there is there's your main larger version, and then we have another version of the pre-Shadow Lord, but I think you can see this one has the actual like freehand designs on there. So yeah, that's a little different version of it right there. Yeah, I got actually very lucky there, Armored Wolf. So again, this is the color scheme that we are going to try and do. Only a little bit more of the darker blue. Oh, and Danthrin blue. I almost forgot that. Yeah, let's get this out here. So Landrest, yeah, great to see you there. Sorry I couldn't shoot you any messages there, Landrest. Again, where I was, there was no such thing as, let me just pull out the phone and shoot some messages to folks. All right. So Armored Wolf, gee whiz. Now, what's the longest you've been stuck by a train there? So I guess I forgot to clean this brush out last night. Where the heck is there? Oh, here we go. So this is what we were working on last night right here. Now I think because we can do a little bit of a reset here. I don't know. I was thinking about doing this one, but I'm like, no, a little bit too verschmizzled right now to try this one here. So I wanted to do this one anyway. I kind of remembered at the last. Oh, here it is. Yeah, I also I didn't get a chance to prep the Rosalind bust right here. Well, actually, I have to kind of do some stuff to make sure that that's again ready to rock and roll there. I'm gonna do some lighter dry brushy stuff here. Rico, I never got a chance to do the air fryer stuff because that stupid thing is too big for the air fryer by just a tiny, like not even like half an inch or something like that. Yeah, too big to stick in the stupid air fryer. So I'll be doing that. Well, I guess maybe after the stream, putting that in. Gonna have to do it the old-fashioned way. Recoil. Yep, got to put that in the oven, going the slow way. So yeah, that wasn't. Oh yeah, that's right. It's the Golden Throne. I'm like, wait a minute. I was gonna put this somewhere else. Yes, like there on the stupid throne too. All right, let's do this. I think I've got another bigger version of this too that I printed out. So again, the whole story, Golden King of Abrakhan. It's this gemstone here, the Eye of Gold, and whoever is in possession of the Eye of Gold, it's kind of like, well, you got the flavor of Sauron there, and riches untold, and all that kind of good stuff. I'm pretty sure I sent you the song, right, Recoil? Yep, Karen, this is one that I made myself. So again, you can see the references down in the corner. This again, you might recognize that throne right there. So that is how we're going to paint this thing up, is just like that. So it should be very fun. Let me do this right here. A little more here. Ain't it the truth, right, Landrast? I mean, it almost makes you sick to your stomach, right? Well, there's only one thing for it, Landrast. You gotta unsubscribe. That's the only thing there is for it, right? Yeah, I mean, it literally is a person of good conscience, right, Landrast? You have to. You got no other choice. So yeah, this is so Chiron, you'll be seeing a whole entire, well, several videos on my Harad army because, well, let's put it this way, Chiron. Even with no Mumox painted yet, I probably have 2,500 points of Harad. Yeah, I'm not joking. And then near Harad, I also have a whole bunch of points of far Harad too. But yeah, I've got like six Mumox Chiron either printed out or actually I have two of the GW ones also. Yeah, I mean, again, Lander, right? Yeah, you're a person of good conscience. We know that you are. We know that you're maintain good prostate health and everything else. So Karen, you will be seeing several different videos on my Harad army for sure. Now, I actually did do an army painting series on my Harad, and believe it or not, I printed out more. Um, that's a Kurzlook. Yeah, the Kurzlook Harad. It kind of has a little bit more of the look that kind of goes with this right here. So yeah, Chiron, I have well, basically one, well, more sometimes more than one of every army of MESBG, including the legendary legions. Camden, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. And of course, Landrist, if you wanted to post your Blood Bowl team, right? The Discordia links there, please go ahead. That doesn't count the dead ones. Yeah, I've got how many of those on the? Oh, they were my first tests on the FDM printer of the .08 layer height, right? Landrast, yeah, was like 2 or 3 dead Mumox. Wasn't that the first printing workshop episode, Camda? That might have been the very first printing workshop episode. It was the dead Mumox. In fact, I'm 99.9% sure that is the case. All right, let me just get more of my stuffs here. So yeah, this is the Golden King of Abrakhan, and remember again, this is my so this is the Shadow Lord, the Ring Wraith, right? So this is kind of the Shadow Lord Wraith figure. There's him before he ever became the Shadow Lord, and here's our before Kamul. This is our during Kamul, and then I also have the after Kamul. So I actually have 3 different Kamul figures that I made. That sounds appropriate, Landrast. That sounds very much par for the course. Cam, sorry that I didn't get a chance to join you. Yeah, sir, I was I actually Cam, I did see after the fact though, so I did get the notice. So because I swear, Cam, that you were streaming, and it just for whatever reason I wasn't getting the notice, whether it was before or after the fact. Nice to see you there, Valfera. So yeah, Valfera, it was basically I was at a wake there from gee whiz. Well, I think I left the house at 3 this afternoon, and I basically got back at 11:28 or something like that. Yeah, Armored Wolf, whenever I sent you that message, that was about 30 seconds after I walked in the door. It was less than a minute there. So Camda has been quite the loyalist here, creating a spontaneous hype train there with a 55 stream streak. Actually, Landrest and Belfair, you guys should have the same deal. There we go. Never mind. Sorry about that, Vel. There it is. So, continued hype train also for Velfrey. Hey there, Bogues. How you doing? So, Bogus, nice to see you. Let's see. I think. All right. So I think. Yes. Sorry, I missed that. Again, it's been a day. That's for sure. Also, too, I believe I am working on 2.5 hours sleep. So that's why I only do words, right, Camda? I know that's your subscription there, Landress. So I think you gotta be like on a 50 some odd stream streak, right? Now, since we are just in the opening phases, actually, well, Recoil, we did a little Book of Wapple on the stream last night, right, Recoil? I believe so. We'll do ourselves another little Book of Wapple right here. So we're in the opening stages, right? I mean, literally the very, very, very opening stages of this. And, well, we've got a few things that are very pertinent to that. Also, I think I just scrolled past all of those very pertinent things. There is our Book of Wobble, and appropriately enough, things must be messy before they can be neat. And obviously, they are definitely going to be very messy. Now, there's going to be quite a bit of metal on this one, and guess what? Metal surfaces always reflect their surroundings, especially when they're shiny gold, right, Valfera? Shiny gold, very contrasty. Oh, and that's right, because contrast is more than just light versus dark. Oh, hey, Valfera, we will do a film noir on the thing from last night because that should be very interesting. Again, the object source lighting always is interesting in film noir. Now, of course, we're doing all our dry brushy stuff now. Well, we're about to thin the oils, right? But looky here, you can thin the oils, you cannot dilute them. So whatever, if it's white and you put 95% thinner in there, you got white. You do not have like it's a grayish whatever. Of course, less is more, and that's why we're doing the dry brushy stuff. We're doing the dry brushy stuff, then we're going to do the glazy stuff because that prevents us from just piling on way too much paint. And again, we're not layering the oil paints. Obviously, acrylics are kind of designed for that. Oils, definitely not. So we're not going to be doing the layering here. So those are some of our readings, again, from the Book of Wapple there. Velfair, let's put it this way. It was one of those things where the person is fine, then all of a sudden they're not, and then all of a sudden, well, where'd they go? They ain't here anymore. Sounds familiar, right, Valfera? It was very much a similar thing, only it happened even faster. Yes, imagine instead of say taking ooh, 8 months or 9 months or whatever to play out, imagine if it happened over the course of well, like 2.5 months. So yeah. Oh, gee whiz. No, I didn't bring this. I didn't bring up my Battlestar Wapelius from down. That's what I came down there for, and I completely forgot to grab that. Oh well, is what it is. Whatevs. So yeah, it's one of those things where, well, needless to say, I have some advice that I can offer there. So that was kind of some of the post game coverage, if you want to call it that, after we left the facility. Now I'll go. Now we can just go with our darker glazy stuff there. What I am's gonna do though, take some of you, and a little more of you, and we are gonna do some of this here. Oh, I forgot the warg riders too. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm gonna have to refresh the medicine because, needless to say, again with the 2.5 hours sleep, or if it was that much even, We will be relying on our medicine. Yes. Thank goodness a new supply of medicine showed up via the Amazons yesterday. Um, well, and the crazy thing, Velfera, in the 2030s, Pavia is still going to be playing for Vanderbilt. Yes, he's going to be the first 75-year-old college quarterback, Velfera. He decided not to go pro. He said, nah, I'll just stay here at Vandy. Somehow he secured an extra 15 years of eligibility, Velfera. I don't know how that happened. Let us do some more here. I have to say, I really do like how it's been doing the cloth undulations. I mean, look at this here. Right, I mean, that is pretty. Let's put it this way. I've seen sculpted stuff that does not have that basically natural look. I mean, look at this. Right? That looks far more natural than a lot of stuff I've seen. And again, didn't do too bad on this either. That's not too shabby right there. What was So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get a little bit of the skin tone on here, and then we'll just like we're talking about that glaze type stuff. We're gonna get into that. Ooh, let me get a little bit. There we go. There you are. Yeah, this is how we can prevent the whole way too much paint on our. So we got this going, and again a little click preview so you can see how. So that blue is going to be more like this blue right here. We're going to put some of the magenta. Oh, yeah, that just reminded me. It's been a while since I put this out. Oh gosh, where the heck is it now? Ah, there it is. Need to get some of this out there. Almost forgot. Actually, could have put that out there instead of the red. Nice to see you there, Action Surge. How you doing? Great to see you there, Action Surge. What the heck is this? Saturday? I think it's Saturday, right, Camda? Why not ask the person who's 15 hours ahead of me to say, so what day is it? Because that could work perfect. So this is the usual Terra Rosa and the Naples Yellow there, Valfair. The usual. So yeah, we are 26 minutes into Saturday here. And again, since I've been gone, gee whiz, so left a bit. So yeah, I was gone for over 8 hours. Yeah, holy smokes. That was not how I thought this was going to go down. I actually thought I was going to be back here probably by 7:30. Didn't quite play out that way, which that never happens, right? Recoil. Okay, this should be the plan. This is what happens, and it's like, well, yep, that ain't going to happen. All right, what do we got in here? Is this another one that I? No, I think yeah, I cleaned you out. That's just. Oh, okay, that's And like I said, I got like what 4 packs of these. I'm gonna try and get a couple more packs of these before Adepticon. Oh, and of course, uh, this was gonna be. Oh, here we go. Yeah. So I think tomorrow maybe we'll do the either we'll do the Trench Crusade bust or I think we'll do the Trench Crusade. As much as I want to do some more BSG busts like these, I think I might just do the Trench Crusade bust. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I mean, everything goes exactly according to plan, right? Recoil, that's how everything works here, especially. I'm going to grab me this brush right here. All right, here's that Indanthrone blue we were talking about. Let's glazify this up. In you go. So that already starts looking very, very different there. Now, and again, those two busts, that was the same stream. Now, granted, that was almost a 6-hour stream, but that comes down to significantly less painting time. Now, I am going to make one little change here, so that some parts of this are going to be our magenta. Just throwing that out there. And of course, I actually do already have an animation of this. He can get that blue up there too. Now here's the deal: when we start hitting it over here, let me get more thinner on the brush here. Let's do that. More thinner on the brush here. Now this is where we can do some of that mixing as well. Let's just get this first. Let's get that going. So again, sorry if I miss any chats or anything like that. You know, if I miss something, you can always just send that again. Because between all the activity of the day and the no sleep, there's gonna be a little bit of spottiness when it comes to brain activity. That's for sure. So here we're gonna be. Look at this. See that? See how I'm taking that lighter color there, and we're letting that mix with what we're doing. Now we change back to more of our glaze. Better get a little more thinner in that. See, changed it back. Changed it back to more of a glazing approach. Again, this is the Indanthrene Blue. Not the cheapest color ever, but weren't we talking in the stream last night, Landrest, about how the Indanthrene Blue has the same kind of weird property that the Perlene Crimson does? And I don't even, you can't even quantify it. I couldn't even tell you what that property is. It's kind of like our radiant paints. We don't know what's in them. It's fairy dust. That's what's in them. What we got going on here. And then we'll be doing some of our Indian yellow. And look at that. You can tell that's more of a pinline wash. Look at it. It's kind of working its way into our golds there. I mean, is what it is. But bogus, yeah, it's people. It's hard because they're used to. I'm just gonna paint one part of the figure and that's it. That's all I'm gonna do is just paint this one little part, and everything's prime black or white or something like that. This is not exactly the standard fare, right, Camda? So it's a little different than what everybody else is doing. Now we're gonna get the magenta there. All right, wait a minute. Time out. Hit you some more there. Okay, now this stuff on the outside here. Oh, I forgot my reference. One second. Let me get my reference out here. There we go. Because I need to see. Okay, that's what it was. All right. I actually need to see the reference of the floor, which is mostly okay. Fine. I'm just going to do this. We'll start out like this. A little bit of the Payne's gray in there too. Oh, I'm like, what happened to my Streamlabs? There's a big old file folder sitting right on top of it. Let's close that down. Let's close that baby down and let's proceed here. What are we? 24 minutes in? Again, the entire idea is instead of spending a whole bunch of time fooling around with layers and grunt work and all this other kind of stuff, what if we could make that what if we could make that all happen really fast and get to our, well, what would you say, snazzier stuff a little bit quicker? Now, where's my, got Van Dyke Brown. We also have our umber here. Gonna get that Indian yellow with some thinner in it, like we were talking about. And now, again, the Indian yellow, it's going to take more time to break this down here. Come on, get out there. Unfortunately, Valfer, I don't think I've managed to find any, I almost said Naphthol Scarlet for some reason. Haven't found any Indanthrone Blue in Alkids. There's just some colors, unfortunately, that you're just not going to find in the Alkids. And that's definitely one of them. I looked, I did not see it. Which is a bummer, because that one, it's not a staining color. Definitely not a staining color. See how that's mixing there? That is all mixing. So it's not just a glaze over some dead zenithal whatever. Look at that. See how that mixed right there? How's about we do that on this side right here? Again, mix, mix, mix. Let it mix. Things must be messy before they can be neat. Get this here. Yeah, I'm gonna get me some of that little bit of our violet too. And I'm gonna get the Indian yellow into here. So this is gonna have a little bit more of a reddish hint to it in some places. It's a little different kind of glazy stuff going on there. Let's see, we're gonna look at that. See how that's mixing there? Gotta let that mix. Nope, nope, nope. Back to this. Also, some of that red goes in there. And there. So, yeah, let's keep working with this. I'll try and get it figured out again. Something maybe we will do our first Trench Crusade bus tomorrow. That could be very interesting. And once again, there won't be a Monday stream. Just letting folks know. There won't be a Monday stream because I won't be here. And we're obviously we're not doing a Right Armored Wolf. We won't be trying to do a Tuesday or Wednesday stream because we know what happens on Tuesdays or Wednesdays around here. Well, I mean, I suppose I could just stream like during the day or something, but streaming at our normal times, well, at some random time between the hours of like 2:30 and 3:30 or something like that, the internet gets like shut down for a minute and a half for some kind of weird upgrade maintenance of whatever it is they're doing. I don't know. Now, Camda, I don't know if you had a chance to share some of your stuff there in the chat. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Velfair, what's interesting is I have 3 different tubes of it from 3 different manufacturers, and guess what? Guess what it is? It's spelled different on every tube. Yep, Gamblin, Richardson, and I believe Windsor Newton. All 3 of them spell it differently, so even that wouldn't do you much good. Because this is one way of spelling it. Whoops, wrong shelf. So see, it's Indanthrone Blue. Nope. Nope. I've literally picked up every tube of Gamblin Blue in here except, oh good lord. It should be in here somewhere. There is an Indanthrone Blue. Oh wait, I think I found it. Ah, Look at this. And Dan Thren and Dan Throne. So there you go. So looks like in addition to Gamblin, Williamsburg also pronounces it or writes it as throne. Bogus. It's now part of it. I have to say it's the 2D art. That is still the 2D art talking. Oh, geez, you probably you might never have heard these the old Academy stories. The old Academy stories, yeah. So watercolor class. I think we did the same exercise in oil paints too, but you had usually about a 16 by 20 painting that you were supposed to do, and you got 400 brush strokes. You could use less, you couldn't use any more, not a single brushstroke more than 400 brushstrokes. It was my favorite exercise. Huge surprise, right, Camda? Because I'd be sitting there counting, and I'd tell the other person, I'm like, look, I'm not messing with you here. You've painted 2 square inches of this painting right here, and you've used like 120 brushstrokes. You might want to start moving on to other places. Yeah, it's like, wow, okay, yeah, let's maybe move along here a little bit. Let's focus a little less on just again this 2 square inch area of the surface there. Well, well, Cam, hopefully maybe I can join you on that one since there won't be an occasion for me to have to go to tomorrow. Uh, Camda, that's what I did. Is I loaded up an 1.5 inch brush with whatever color it was, and I would basically start up in. Oh, here we go. Let's just use this. So I would start here, and I would just work my way across and work my way across and work down like this and build like some kind of a value structure, right? Kind of like what we're doing here. And I would be all the way down here in the corner, and I'd say that counts as one. And yes, this was long before the movies. Yes. Nice to see you there, Pretzel. So, Stretch Pretzel, I hope that you are doing very well today. Well, Stretch Pretzel, here's actually now Stretched. Is there any particular thing you're looking to do now that you are back, or is it just kind of like ease back in with something? Doesn't really matter what it is. So Fenrir, nice to see you. So Fenrir, we're painting another one of my own original miniatures right here. You can see the references in the corner. This is the Golden King of Abrakhan. And here I've created this storyline around his golden throne. And set into the golden throne is the Eye of Gold. Basically, that's a gemstone that essentially carries the favor of Sauron. And whoever possesses that, whatever king of Harad possesses that, again has riches untold. So you can see that is a theme on all of my Harad stuff. Every single one of my Harad figures has some version of the Eye of Gold on it. Again, you can see that's even worked into this pattern down here. Look, you can see it here, right? Again, Eye of Gold pattern. Now, I've even got a whole song. Actually, I got 3 songs written about the Golden King of Abrakhan. So, Stretch Pretzel, great to see you back. Great to see you back again. And again, this is kind of part of my whole thing. So here's this is the Shadow Lord. Basically, when he was a king of men. This is before he got one of the rings, and obviously, this is the Shadow Lord as a ring wraith right here. So these are again my own sculpts. Safrender, no, it's not. It's not Midas. I believe that would be the Midas touch, right? No, this is a Lord of the Rings. So again, this is for my Harad army right here. And obviously, it's meant to kind of mimic the Eye of Sauron. Now, do I have any of my? Let's see. Unfortunately, Oh, wait a minute. I think I still have. Well, I do have these here. Where's my Easterling stuff? Okay, so even my Easterling army once again also has. Where are we at here? Oh, there's my terrain. So you can see the Easterlings also have their own version of it, and here is. Oh, there, right. You can see it there on the walls of the buildings, and right there. So again, the Eye of Sauron is very prominent in all of my so-called evil armies. Oh, I wonder, do I have? I don't know if I have the. Oh, wait, I do. Yeah, so you can see even on my Candish guys right there, you can see the Eye of Sauron right there. So again, it's kind of again a theme. I don't think you can really see it on the yurts though, but definitely on the horses, you can see that. Let me get back to my scene here. There we go. Hey there, Daddy Kelt. How you doing? Great to see you. So Daddy Kelt dares to enter our domain. So how you doing there, Daddy Kelt? Like always, you want to share stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Let me get back to my main scene here. So stretched it. Well, those gambling oils should help you out. Oh, do I have my one? Ah, yes, I do. So this was my this was the series that I did on the Tyranids with the oil paints. Now this is all the basically metallic, so that's all in interference colors right there. That's why they have kind of little. See how they kind of switch colors a little bit on you there. Even the stuff on our base right there. So having a lot of fun here. Now, of course, last night on stream, we painted the first of our Arthurian themed busts. So that was super fun. And of course, well, we'll be continuing on also too with our Battlestar Galactica bust that we've made. I've got, let me see, I think I've got Rosalind. I have Starbuck. I've got Ellen Ty printed out. And now, of course, this is going to be our next tutorial video right here. We're going to be doing a combo of true metallic and non-metallic on this bust right here. And of course, big Daddy Kelt, you want to share stuffs in the chat. You know the deal. Like always, you want to share stuffs, please go ahead and do that. We are just getting underway here. Just getting underway. Oh, I don't have Arda. That's right. I even actually painted the entire, literally the entire planet of Lord of the Rings. That was one of our streams last year, probably Thanksgiving. I think it was when I did that. More of this here now. See, I don't mind that green. See how that just kind of turned green there? Well, guess what? Right? If gold is so reflective and you got this dark blue right next to it, how in the world do you not have green there? Let me show you this here. This is kind of a little bit of a similar situation. Let me grab this sneaky snake right here. So you can see there's a lot of greens reflected in the golds here. Wow. Oh, I guess what? This is in Danthren blue. Remember this land rest? Yeah. This is one of the first things I did using that Indanthren blue. I really love that Indanthren blue. Everybody check out those Discord links that Daddy Kelt just shared. So again, this is all Indanthren blue right here, like what we've got on our Golden King. But again, see that green right there? It's right next to that blue. How is it not reflecting? If gold is super shiny, why is it not reflecting all this stuff right around it? So that's why you got, and see, you can see that kind of greenish gray right there in our golds. Hey, Rocky, welcome back. It's been a long time. It's great to see you there, Rocky. Well, of course, happy Saturday as well. There's that. Maybe we'll utilize this right here.
Hello, little hobbit.
Thank you so thank you so much, Fender. Appreciate that. Ah, so I was hanging out at your house a while ago. You didn't. I don't remember you having that particular gemstone. He's like, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. He's like, whoa, dude, that's a lot of gold. Where'd you get that? It's Bitcoin. Yeah, hey, I invested online. What can I say? It worked out well. What's uh, what's gonna happen on our big Gandalf 6 here for Fenrir? Oh, that's not a bad roll on the Gandalf 6 right there. So thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, Rocky, well, needless to say, a lot of stuff has changed. In particular, well, again, our speaking of Gandalf right there, yes, an entire crew of Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. I mean, of which there are many, that's for sure. Where's our, oh yeah, this is one of, oh, and I have, I never even got a chance to look at the test prints that I did, recoil. I thought for sure I was going to get a chance to look at those, after I got back. Well, again, recoil, it's those plans. It's those plans that always work out exactly as they're supposed to, right, Valfera? Yeah, that's just that's pretty much par for the course, wouldn't you say? So nice to see you there, Arid. Let's see. I think there's that. Well, let's see. Landrast and Irid and Velfira and of course Camden all have. Is that 55 in a row? Yeah, that's a 55 streak, which means we're gonna do a quick little hype train for Irid Kenwife. Also, Irid, why don't you share your Pinterest link in the chat there? Because, well, actually, Irid, how did the stream go tonight? Gee whiz. Sorry, Irid. Again, it's been kind of a day, so the brain again is not operating on any kind of precise levels right now. Everybody, please give Erda Kenwife a follow. Also, Daddy Kelt. Do the follows, do the things. Also, give Camda Paints a follow because Camda also paints with the oils. In you go with that magenta. So we needed that. Yeah, that's probably not going to be, but we're going to keep it for now. That magenta. We're also going to do this right here. For now, that will probably change to something else, but we're going to do that. Our magenta for right now. Also, we need to, where you at here? Fine, we'll just use you. Don't care. We were going to do something like this. I'm going to go all the way to here with that. No, maybe not. Maybe we will do the... So white there, that means white here. Which means white over there. Which means maybe white there. So Daddy Kelt, I hope that the stream was super fun, like always. And again, everybody please give Irid Kenwife a follow. And Irid, glad that the stream went great. Of course. Now I can just kind of keep it simple, do that. And again, oh, you know what? There's Beefy Chiefy. Ooh, that's right. I meant to paint him at the same time. We might, who knows, maybe we even get to our 28mm version of our Golden King of Abrakhan. I forgot all about him. But, here we go. So there's that same symbol again. Well, not same, but there's our Easterling version of that symbol right there. And again, this was something that we, well, shall we say, modified heavily. Ooh, let me, before I forget, because who knows, maybe we'll get a chance to rock and roll on him too. So stretch pretzel, we sculpt with all different kinds of things. Now that was epoxy sculpt and green stuff. Um, this was all green stuff. One second. So that was all done with green stuff right there. Let me try it. There he is. Let me get that back over here. And then, of course, this was all epoxy sculpt right here. So that's our A1 that we made. That was all done with epoxy sculpt. Oh, and Scopy. Hey there, Grand Oracle. Nice to see ya. I'm glad that you're making a bunch of progress on that, Daddy Kelt, for sure. That is very cool. I wish I had my Battlestar, but yeah, I did my own, very own Battlestar Galactica. Well, a Battlestar Galactica universe ship. We call it the the Wapelius class. I'm glad that you were able to finish that, Arid. Now here we got some of this. That's a little bit of our violet there. That is going to go into some parts of our throne here. You can see how that doesn't have the glossy part of it there. That means that this is set. See that? And you can see that's got a little, almost bit of a grayish tone to it right there also. Actually, stretch pretzel, well, let's see. It goes back a little ways. It goes back a little ways because, let me see here. Well, of course, there's this. Yeah, I sculpted all of this. This is a 28 millimeter scale Grand. Just as a size perspective, see those two trolls on the back? Those are the GW metal trolls right there. That's how big this thing is. Oh, you see the little orc archers? Yeah, those are 28 millimeter scale orc archers on there. And that was all. Now, of course, I would do this differently today. Oh, hey, guess what, Recoil? Guess what I found on Cults 3D by accident? There is a file. It's like 30 bucks, but there is a 3D printable Grand that looks just like this. Now, let's get back to where's my lizard men here. Here we go. So, those two engines of the gods there, those are completely scratch sculpted. You can see a little bit more of them right there. Yeah, those don't exist. That is tinfoil, Sculpey, epoxy sculpt, and green stuff, and brown stuff even. So yeah, those did not exist. This is another, well, there's a painting of my Sticky Wicket character. Again, that's another massive conversion there. And of course, that Temple of Blood, well, we had to construct that because that don't exist. We had to make that too. And then we'll move on to our Tomb King's army. There's tons of sculpted stuff here. Again, all of that they didn't come like that. All of that barding and stuff, yeah, that was not part of those horses. Here again, more sculpting. And then up here you can see basically everything on this upper floor was all sculpted from scratch. You got the Hyro Titan on the left, the Colossus on the right. You got the birdies over there. You got the sphinxes and all that kind of stuff. The screaming skull catapult. Yeah, all that stuff was sculpted from scratch. Well, like I said, I've had lots of chocolate covered raisins, Landras. So actually, well, we'll be doing that after the stream most likely. There's my main scene again. Can never have too many of those, right, Camda? Never too many of those. So yeah, there's let's see, what 2000 actually, well, there's more. Let me see if I can find it here for you. Here we go. Yeah, so that's all scratch sculpted. There's no miniatures involved there. Oh, I think there's one or two metal lizardmen figure. There's like one metal guy on there. Yeah, everything else is sculpted from scratch. Croak, the temple, all that stuff. Yeah, that does not exist. Where's my? Oh, and of course, well, here's some of our terrain. Right, there's our. We made and painted those. There's your not so great Hull of Erkenbrand. There's your archery range. Look at that, a windmill right there. And of course, some other stuff there. So again, these are all things that we did on the stream here. Now, I'm going to position this. Can this, we'll use this. So blending brush time. So hashtag no layers. We're just going to take that and we're going to, look, we're even grabbing some of that glazy stuff that's just sitting down there in the bottom. Because whatevs. See, same deal over here. We're going to take this, move that along. Oh, guess what? We're doing a similar thing up there. So no hard edges anymore, right? And we do have sculpting videos on the Patreon page as well. And then, of course, well, now with Eldritch Foundry, we can do even more sculpting, right? Recoil. Ooh, where's my... Oh, there's my reference. There it is. Stretch Pretzel. I really love the balsa wood. I love the that 1/4 inch. Yeah, not foam core. This is 1/4 inch. It's pink foam, but it's not insulation foam. It's actually underlayment foam. Now I got that at Home Depot. I don't know if say your Lowe's or what the Menards. I don't know if those also have that or not. Let me do something here. I wonder now again that I don't think they do they even make that stuff anymore. Armored Wolf. Basically, brown stuff is like green stuff. It's just that, whereas green stuff. When we bring this out here, okay. Green stuff not ideal for banners because it has a tendency to sag, or cloaks, right? Brown stuff is more likely to kind of hold that edge. The only problem is it's more brittle, so it's also more likely to break. So they do still make it. If you look at some of the old Right Valfair, the old Reaper sculpts, and you look at well, they always called them greens back in the day, you can see that certain parts of them were made with brown stuff, and it tended to be things like weapons. So things that were okay, it needed again a harder edge or something like that. Swords, maybe sheets, but especially things like swords, whatever. Those tended to be brown stuff. And again, if I don't know if Reaper still has their little like gallery thing where you can again see things like the greens as they called them, like the pre-vulcanized original sculpts and such. Fine. Now we can do some here. We can do some of this later dry brushy stuff on the well mid-tone dry brushy stuff on this because that has had a chance to set. We shall find ourselves another brush to do that with here. And Danthorn Blue. And again, that's kind of our target right there. Not, okay, fine. I'm going to throw a little bit of thinner in there. Wasn't really what I wanted to do, but we're going to go that route here. Doing some of this dry brush stuff. Over the top of that, that is really going to spice up that blue there. See you in a bit there, Irid. See you in a bit. I I think we're all pretty much caught up there. So you can see that blue gets a little bit spicier right there. Again, that is the indenturin blue. There's just something about that. Also, guess what? We're going to reflect some of that. There, yes, and it's turning that green, which, well, again, gold reflecting blue. Gee, what's going to happen? Oh, it's going to turn green, isn't it? We're going to do the same deal here. Look at it. See that? Same deal there. Turning green. Again, if it's gold and there's blue, guess what's going to happen? Going to turn green. If gold is supposed to be, I mean, it, gold doesn't tarnish. At least that's, supposed to be its value, right? Great to see you there, Doji. Doji, hopefully you got time to share some stuff. And of course, Doji, here's hoping that you had yourself your typical fabulous bakery run already. Hopefully that has been achieved. And again, Doji, you want to share anything in the chat, you know the deal. Please go ahead and do that. So what we're going to start doing is putting the eye O Sauron on here. Let's get rolling on that. There. That's fantastic, Doji. That's fantastic. And again, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, I'm going to start this way here. Let me also get some of that right in there. Ah, that's magenta around. Okay. All right. Now that's way too much. I'm going to get rid of a bunch of that. That was way, way, way too much. Back down in here. Let it all do the mixy thing, because, well, mixing, whatevers. Magentos. Where's my magentos here? Fine, I'm just going to grab me one of these brushes. Bingo here. Again, just working from. Thank goodness I left this one Harad guy here so I have my color reference. And of course, I completely forgot to get the dry brushy stuff going on him too. But again, we're not even an hour in here. This is 58 minutes in. And of course, all of the flats, the Lord of the Rings gummies, these figures here, these are all test prints because eventually these are all going to end up on the Patreon page for folks because, well, if you can't get the miniature that I'm using in the tutorial video, well, then it's not terribly useful, right? So that's the plan. Again, is to have these available for the folks on the Patreon page. Eventually, there will be a Dropbox folder, but right now we're still just in the test printing phase because there's several files that I've already redone multiple times based on either the printing or I painted the print and said, okay, well, we need to change this a little bit more to make it easier to paint or whatever. Getting some of our red going here. Nice to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension, why don't you post? There was your fabulous Mastodon link there with all the oil painted miniatures. Yes, indeed. You want to go check that out. Just like Doji. See all that fun, fine oil painted miniature stuff. You can see, this is now that some of this is starting to get a little bit of the color in there, right? That's also starting to change. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted. Fabulous oil painting. There we go. So Velfira, the game draws closer. The game draws closer. Now again, you could very much say they're playing with house money, and they pretty much are, right? Right, Velfira. But has anybody in the NFL shown that they're like this invulnerable juggernaut? I'm thinking no. I'm thinking zero teams in the NFL have shown that. If anything, what NFL teams have basically spent most of their time doing is showing how beatable they are. So Doji, that was something that I was going to do. I was going to do some of the, like, say, P dot camo. Remember Doji? I was going to do the P dot camo and like the ambush camo on some Schmeish Marines, because, or like Death Corps of Krieg or something like that, Doji, because obviously, well, the YouTubes, they don't like certain things, so we'll avoid the direct naming or something like that, and we'll just put that stuff on something else, right, Doji? So yeah, I figured putting that on Schmeish Marines would be fine. So we'll see how things play out, right, Velfer? Again, I have no delusions of grandeur. It could all go very wrong. I mean, they could be down, 25 points at the end of the first quarter, for all we know. Or maybe they win by 17. I mean, anything is possible, right? In this day and age, right, Valfira? Let's do this here. Actually, Surface Tension, he was dabbling in Bitcoin. He wasn't really satisfied with his return, so he just decided to take all the coins. Yeah, I didn't really like the Bitcoin stuff. That wasn't doing it for him. So yeah, again, that way we get to do the thing without doing the thing. If you if you know what I mean, right, Toshi? Because yeah, doing that would be that just would draw too much ire. However, we can always just put it on something else. Let me do again. Now we're gonna start to creep in a little bit, maybe, of the light on our skin tone here. Valfira, this whole Indiana is an undefeatable juggernaut there also. That doesn't seem quite right. Again, I have to emphasize that is Miami's home stadium. That's not like another stadium in Florida. That is where they play football. That is their home stadium. They literally are. They're going to be going to their own lockers for their national championship game. So that is not something to be discounted. And also, too, for all of Carson Beck's flaws, this is his third national championship game. The other guy, not so much. So see you later there, Doji. So I think it's going to be way closer than what these predictions would have you believe. Because as far as I'm concerned, these days, right, Velfira, the predictions, well, their value is less. And by value is less, I mean less than zero. Because they are wrong so often now. You're almost better just picking the opposite, right, Fair? It's like, okay, what do the experts say? Well, they say this is going to happen. Well, just whatever you do, bet the opposite. Don't bet the over or the under, just bet the opposite. So have a good one there, Doji. Appreciate you being here for as long as you could be. Let me do this right here. Again, starting to work in some light in the skinny tones here, like you do. Knuckles there. His canoes. Let's do something. No, not the eyes is just yet. Well, no, we will. We'll do a little something there for the eyes. Get you too. Yeah. Yeah. By the way, 1 hour 6 minutes ago, this said Zippo, nada, zilch, no paint at all, none whatsoever. We're just throwing it out there. I ain't saying, I'm just saying. There was no paint on this bad boy an hour ago. Just a dark brown primer. That is it. Well, dark-ish brown primer, I guess you would say. You know what? I'm gonna try to do that just for Okay, there. That makes kind of sense there. So again, something tells me again that you know, just like with here now again, the weather is and the crowd I do think is going to have something to say about that game on Sunday. So Pretzel, we've talked about them a bunch of times. They just have a little something extra. There's just something about those. Now, of course, we're using, for all intents and purposes, we're using the Alkyd version of the Radiant colors. That would be the Paul Rubens, or as we call them, the not Radiant Radiant series, right, right, Camda? The not Radiant Radiants, and here's a good example of this mixed green. We basically call that Radiant Green. Then we've got things like our Radiant Violet here. So they are very similar to the Radiants. They're not the same thing, but they have the advantage of being Alkyds. They have the advantage of, again, that the Alkyd nature of them there means that they are going to dry, well, a heck of a lot quicker than those Gamlen Radiants are. As in, like, way fast. Now, you can see, again, there's not as much of the shiny stuff going on, right? Because those pinline wash type things, those, well, they have started to set much more. You can also start to see how this is starting to match this right here in terms of the colors. So again, great to see everybody back. And again, we know we have some folks here that maybe haven't been able to join us in quite some time. Boy, oh boy, one or two things. There might be one or two changes since then, right? Recoil, like, oh my gosh, changes. No, no, no. That means more. That's what it needs. We almost went to, I don't want to say orangey magenta, but to warm of magenta. This is a cooler version of it here. Yeah, you can kind of see it here, Cam, to check this out. I think you can see it on the floor there. Yeah, see it mostly on the right-hand side. Yeah, see that? So that is what we'll be going with right there. But I'm telling you, Rico, it's just between the flats row and then of course all the Eldritch Foundry stuff, right? Surface tension. Thanks so much. And again, we're going to be refreshing this medicine here because again, given the sleep we did not have, we're going to require some of that. Great to see you there, Margaret. Oh, you know what we got to do? We got to do ourselves. I have to do a bust of Saruman. I also need to do another Palantir because I can't find the one that I made. I actually sculpted a Palantir and everything. Don't know where the heck that is. So I'm gonna have to. I need to make me another one of those for sure. So great to see you there, Margaret. Appreciate you being here. Happy Saturday and all. So Cam to obviously Landress. I'll send you guys pictures. Again, I was really bummed that I didn't get a chance to get those off of the build plates earlier today before I had to leave. Believe it or not, I was just about to go down there and do that, and then I look at the phone. I'm like, when the heck did this text come in? And it's like I'm on my way. And I went, well, I guess we're not taking those things off the build plate. I speculated they weren't going to be here till maybe 4:30 at the earliest, or maybe more like 5:30. Instead, by like 3:45 or 3:40, they were here. I'm like, well, okay. So we're not doing those tasks. So Margaret, I hope that you have been doing well last few days. Here is yesterday's, well, the Thursday stream anyway, which happened mostly on Friday, right, Valfira? So there's your Lady of Shalott, the first of our Arthurian flats. Now, did you? Yeah, you shared your Mastodon link, right? Surface tension. That is. Oh, that's right. I gotta get into Eldritch Foundry and see. Can I make? And I think we talked about this, right? Surface tension. Basically, what do you want to say? Like a heavier sculpt, for lack of a better term. Um, so that the in 10 millimeter the swords don't disappear, and just like all the stuff we were talking about there. Mm, more of our magenta stuff there. So Margaret, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what those look like. So again, I got two different versions of the of the Mount of Sauron, two different versions of Sauron, and then I also have Sauron on a throne. Now, I kind of call them Sauron victorious because he actually has the ring. He's holding up the ring, and that is for another one of my showcase videos. It puts the heroic in heroic scale. Would you say surface tension? Yeah, if you thought they had big hands and pumpkin heads in 28 mil, yeah, just see them in 10, right? Surface tension. I'm finding that out again because when I print all of my homemade characters, they are very much true scale. Like true scale, which is why, well, I've kind of been printing them more at the larger scale here. And again, now this one is not going to be our tutorial video because this has all of the freehand built in. So this is one we'll just paint on stream right here. Back to this, and I think we only go so far. Yeah, we'll have to let this have a chance to set here while we work on other stuffs. We can certainly do that. Come on, all the way back there. Now here, see what we're doing there. We're getting a little bit of our magenta color reflected on here because, well, what is literally right next to it but a bunch of magenta stuff. Again, we got our blue. Let me see. We'll use this. This side too. Bingo. that might be a little too... Well, let me see how this works. Let's see how this here's going to work. Come on. So I can... I think after this one, we'll have to work elsewhere. Again, give this a chance to set, of course. Lighten you up there. Now again, stuff like the Great Beast of Go. Actually, ooh, that's what I was thinking. Recoil is get Grand, get that file, and then print it out at 10mm scale. Because I have the Great Beast of Golgroth, and there was it two of them or three of them or four? I think it was maybe three that were hauling that around. So I already have the Great Beasts. All I would need to do then, again, is print out Grand itself, and that could be part of either part of my Herald of the Blackgate video, or it would be part of the Sauron vid. You can see it now. We're starting to get some undulations there. Let's get to our blue. All right, we're going to give all this other stuff a chance to set here. There's literally putting some of that magenta / violet in the skin tone now. Just reasons. Surface tension. If you've got if you say, hey, look, check this out. You know I'm all for it. But this one looks exactly, like the one that I sculpted, which is, well, basically exactly like the one in the movies. I know that there's other Grands out there. Actually, you know what? Well, I think that Jacob made a Grand, but it's really more just like a big battering ram. Doesn't look really anything like Grand per se. What is okay? That is just. Now, who knows? Maybe we change that back from the gold trim there, but we'll see how it goes first. Well, surface tension. Like we were talking about, right? Who knows? There might be more 10mm Lord of the Rings armies coming up in the future. I wasn't really totally joking there. Surface tension when I was thinking, like, you know what? I kind of almost wish that I printed out more Lord of the Rings stuff in 10mm. I'm actually going to put this out a little bit early, mostly because, well, my Paul Rubens white is just about gone. Check this out, Camda. Look at that. And that's a 50mm tube right there. So Grand Oracle, can you imagine if I was just only using the fast matte white? We would have run out of that a long time ago. Try and now maybe start to work in some really, really light stuff here. So yeah, Camda, that's basically a gone goose right there. That has basically been consumed. Now on here, you can start doing stuff like this. Here, let's just throw some of that on here. Let me get this stuff out of the brush first. Let me do that. Something like this. Yeah, this can make a good little teensy blending brush here. All right, look at here. So more blobs. because this is set so nicely. Well, looky here. Look what done happened to that. A couple seconds, it went from that to that. Hashtag no layers. Why do layers when we can do that? I ain't saying, I'm just saying. Which seems easier? Mixing up a whole bunch of layers, colors, and all that stuff. Or you just like, slap that on there, take another brush, blend it, boom, done. I guess I just know what my answer is. I know what that would be. I'm rolling with this. Yeah, I'm doing that. Wait, blammo, blammo. I mean, this is precision brushwork right there. You don't get that just on any old channel. No siree. Boom. Little tap, tap, tap going on. We got this going on over here. Look at that. Action Surge. Oh, sorry, Action Surge. If there's something that you wanted to share in the chat too, stuff you got going on. Sorry about that, Action Surge. I'm like, there was something I was going to ask you. Again, there hasn't been a whole lot of sleep today. Well, actually, this whole week. We've lived up to the hashtag no sleep in Wappleville this week for sure. 2 days already this week where it was 11 in the morning and I'm just trying to get to sleep. There we go. So again, look at that versus that. Oh wait, we got these over here. Now we'll take the same old brush, just a beat up old craft brush. We're going to do a little bit of tap, tap, tap here. We're going to spread this here around, let it mix with all that stuff that we put on there. Remember, the original dry brushy stuff, then the glazy stuff. Now we do this stuff. And blammo, it happens mighty quick. Don't blink. Whatever you do, don't blink. All right, let me get some of this going. Here, 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 here. Ooh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Here. Once again, look. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is like brush control personified. Look at that. I mean, that's delicate. That is dainty. Yep. It's as delicate and as dainty as a monster truck rally. That's how we like it. Everybody check out the D&D 5th Adventure Guild there on DM's Guild. Check out that link there. Actually, Margaret, what would be nice? Well, I guess no layers means also no blankets. Yeah, no layers means no blankets, no sleep. Okay, there we go. So again, we lighten that up right there. All right, where'd that brush go? That was literally just in my hands. Where'd you disappear to? Is this you here? No, that ain't you. Not you. Is this you? No. Somewhere anyway. There's a brush that I was just using. Let's grab another brush. I don't care. Don't care. Just gonna chuck that on there. Now, we're going to do a little bit of fire and forget right there. We're going to leave that there to set for a spell. Also there. Ooh, gee whiz. Them's right there could use a little bit. And where did that... Oh, there it is. It's identified itself cleverly with the last color I used on it. Yes, it was hiding. It was being very mysterious. It was like, yeah, Here, I'll have that color that you were just using on there so you don't recognize that you were just using me. So again, check out the links there that Action Surge just posted. Yeah. Oh, you need some there, some there. Also some light there. And here. Not going to do the blending brush stuff on this here yet. Actually, we're going to be even more tricksy about it. I will take you, also you, and some of you. Come on. And we're going to do that. There it is. We will take you, do this. And again, the idea is we let this stuff have a chance to set. We are not going to be messing with that. Right, oh, here's another one. Where are we at with this yellow and Terra Rosa mix? Get rid of you. No, I'm just going to use a whole different brush. Let's just grab this guy here. Intense mixed with this. Come on. Lighter. A little, maybe the blue here. What happened? Oh, more thinner. Gotta break that down some more. Keep forgetting to do that. Bingo. Again, we're talking about these here blue reflections on the gold. Let's do that. And also over here. Wait. You can see that. Look at that. Man, you can really see that. And there's going to be some more fun stuff happening. Now, where are you? Cleverly disguised is my 28mm figure. So again, I don't think I'll be hitting this on this particular stream. Maybe we save that. Because guess what? There's going to be more Harad figs. Spoiler alert, there will be more Harad stuff coming this way. So yeah, we'll maybe save him when I can get these other... I almost said Nerix in. No, these other Kurzlook figures prepped and ready to go. Doing the same. See this little bit of tap stuff here? And actually, again, Marguerite, if you wanted to post some stuff in the chat too, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to mention that already. Get that paint out of there. Look at that. The blue and that light color being mixed together. Some more there. Is nice. There. So yeah, no careful layers or anything like that. We slap that paint on there. We grab this beat up old crafty brush here, and we are just going to spread that stuff around. Look at this. I mean, does that not seem easier? This is 90 minutes. 90 minutes ago, there was absolutely buckus on this thing. There was nothing. You can imagine, okay, let's say we ultimately spend 4.5-ish something hours on it. Well, you can see that we can spend more of the 4.5 to 5 hours doing, shall we say, some of the more intricate stuff, because this stuff, we haven't been fooling around doing this stuff for hours. I've seen people spend hours and hours and hours to basically just essentially do base coats. It's like, well, that took a long time. What was the benefit of it? There wasn't any, because people aren't really going to see any of it. And now you have less time for all your fancy schmancy stuff. If you want to be able to do the fancy and the schmancy, you gotta do the grunt stuff faster. Otherwise, you're only getting schmancy. Let's do some more of our blending stuff here. Actually grabbing a little bit of the glaze stuff that just is kind of sitting on there. Don't even remember. Is it this? It could be that one. I don't know. Could be. Might not be. But we're going to get that a little lighter. So that over here. I will. Wait a minute. Try that. No. Oh, wait. Green again. Sorta. A reflected light there. So everybody check out the links there that Armor Wolf just posted. We got the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel on there. You want to see stuff like, well, the Lord of the Rings gummy bears, our fabulous Battlestar Galactica busts and ships, all that. Yeah, well, Twitch doesn't let you keep that stuff on Twitch anymore. That's why it is on that YouTube channel. Boom, look at that. Again, just that. Ain't that a whole lot easier? Isn't that much easier than some laborious little by little by little by little layering process? Oh, and guess what? It's a whole lot easier to remember. Let's see, when I do something like this again, whatever, it's like, okay, there was some yellow there, and I slapped this really light yellow on top and took a blending brush, and that's it. Instead of, well, okay, there was 10% of this color and 2% of that color, and it's like, holy smokes. Instead of making your own whole paint line, keep it simple. Keep it simple. Because not every paint line can have, what is that? Phthalo, no, a phthalo violet, or what was our color there? Oh, radiant violet phthalo shade or something. Yeah, not every paint line can have that. Only a few exclusive ones, right, Camda? Nope. Fine, I'm gonna do this. Here, I'll give the 1 second. Let me put this on here. This seems incredibly light. That is nowhere near white, let me tell you. Well, that needs some light on it also. So I do believe it's starting to take on the personality here of our golden throne. And it's basically referred to as the Throne of Flame, and that goes in there. Now, of course, again, should you have consumed too many mini wheats and too many chocolate-covered raisins, you also will be on the Throne of Flame. If you had some chili in there, for sure, that will guarantee you a certain amount of time on the Throne of Flame. Let me put some more of this lighter stuff in here. right there. Boom. Also up there. So that's a. I'm not sure. Well, it was always a really long name, Margaret. It's called Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game, because they couldn't just call it, the Lord of the Rings miniatures game. Probably because, well, I think they originally called it that. I, I'm sure there was some kind of either marketing thing or legal thing why they changed it from Lord of the Rings to Middle Earth Strategy Battle Game. And that doesn't exactly flow off the tongue, does it, Margaret? Of course, their other more popular property of 40K, well, that's a little bit easier to say. Actually, I remember Wolf. I don't think you got those things posted to Instagram yet, did you? Those fabulous videos. But yeah, once you get those posted to the Instas, most definitely share those here. Once again, what are we reflecting down there? We're reflecting our blue there. No, stuff that is maybe not blue. Try this here. Can you see what we're doing? Move this over. Reflected light here, like we do. Because, metal and all. Hit this side, being right-handed, that side just easier to get to. Now we got all of our coins here, and as you can see, they're, for the most part, they're not looking quite so shiny anymore. We are gonna start to get down here and do some stuffs on these coins. And again, not every single one of them is going to have the same kind of lightness to it. Some of them have lighter edges. Some of them be on more on the greenish side. Some will be more on the reddish orange side. It is very, very, very different, Margaret. Very, very different. Because well, this game or this universe, you would say it's more about individuals, right? Heroic individuals, one-on-one combats. Now there are obviously there's no like units, so you don't have a unit of such and such that all moves together and all does the same thing. They're all individuals. They act together, and especially if you have your hero or something that is sort of in charge of them. But yeah, it's not big mobs of guys. It's really more a bunch of individuals running around doing stuff. Even Bolt Action has squads. So I was gonna say, well, it's kind of like Bolt. Nope, Bolt Action does have squads and sergeants and lieutenants. Boom. So yeah, Warhammer very much now if it's Sigmar, it's not necessarily ranks and flanks. You could hack it. It almost has more in combination with Blood Bowl than it does, say, Warhammer. Because in Blood Bowl there are certain actions that have a couple players versus one, or three or four places for players versus one, or something like that. So who knows? Maybe the next closest thing to it, GW wise, would almost be Blood Bowl in a way. Now, not all of these are going to be the bread orange, but you can kind of see we're bringing out just some of these coins, and some of these are going to be even significantly lighter. Some of them are going to be more of a lemon yellow, some more of an orange yellow, some almost green, some almost violet. Great to see again there, Irid. Hmm. Speaking of which, looky there. And get me some of that more orangey stuff right there on our back of our throne. You know, Valfair, I was thinking our flat from last night for Film Noir, but now actually, ooh, this. Oh, you know, okay, wait, so let me do this one little thing here, Valfair. This should be interesting. All right, let's more there. Oh, yeah, a bit more right there. So let's check this out, Valfair. Particularly, I need my pointy device there. So we got the blue there. We got this here. I'm curious to see if all of that disappears. Yeah. Now it looks like it has almost no shading in this part. Past this, looks like there's almost no shading there. Because what you're seeing, your brain is seeing like, whoa, man, there's all this blue reflected on here. That's where the shape is. We shall do this again. Bringing back the color. Look at it. As soon as that blue starts to emerge onto the throne, suddenly we have liftoff. Ooh, wait a minute, Belfry. Let's for funsies, let's do especially this one right here. Well, look at that. It sort of looks like maybe there's some lighting there, but nowhere near as dramatic, right? With the orange there, the violet here, and our blues. Nope, it's all just gray. Bring it all back. Orange. I mean, your eye sees it, says, okay, there's an orangey glow there. Whereas when it's in just straight black and white, you're like, yeah, maybe there's a little bit of glow there. I'm not sure. See in a bit there. See in a bit, surface tension. Now again, I'm probably gonna in a little bit here. I am gonna go get some again, refresh that medicine there because we need a bunch of it to be able to keep going here. I do know there was at least one time last night we did a little bit of sleep streaming because there was at least 2 points where I basically dropped the thing I was painting. Yeah, that was not because it just fell out of my hands, being regular clumsy. Nope, that was me basically falling asleep and dropping it. Which is why we're going to rely on some of our fabulous medicine to prevent more sleep streaming tonight. Let me do this right here. Let's do that. So, you can see it there. Maybe not too much. Let me get a little bit more of our fabulous green, and then we'll really see it. Oh, there you go. It's the same value as that orange, except green. So we'll see you later there, Valfera. And again, that is why we're going to get ourselves some more of this right here. Stretch pretzel. One of the crazy thing. That's the crazy thing about those radiants, and that's kind of why we're using those stretch pretzel, because yeah, they're lighter, but they have a color to them. If you see what I'm driving at there, instead of just we're gonna take white and we're gonna just make it lighter. Instead, if we're like here, we've got this lighter stuff has this hint of green to it. right? There's a hint of green to that color. Let me do this here. Actually, so Valfira, you got is this day 7 of 14 on the antibios there, Valfira? Or is this day 8? Again, sorry, the memory not serving me real well right now. But I believe, no, I think maybe the last stream was 5 of 14. So, well, somewhere near the halfway point. So yeah, stretch pretzel, and you can see we got this kind of sky blue up over here. Again, that's another one of our radians there. So look at this here, some more greens. Okay, so 7. All right. So yeah, uh, definitely hoping for a little bit of shut eye tonight, right? Right, Aaron. That would be super nice. Now, we did the bluey stuff there. Guess what we're gonna do over here? Guess what is about to happen over here? Blue for you, blue for you, blue for some of you down here. Maybe because it's right next to all this blue. I don't know. It's I'm just speculating. Maybe that's why. All right, this side now we'll get some of that too. Now, of course, if we were live streaming lawn darts or something like that, I think there would be a little less likely inclination to be sleep streaming. Mostly the heart pounding action that is involved in lawn darts. And of course, we're talking about full contact lawn darts. Let me do some more here. Bring this down over here. Now, Terra Rosa. Also, I'm going to grab me some of that. Now, hopefully that didn't get too dark. It's actually too light. Let me... Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this. I'm going to get me some of my red. There we are. Now, you can see all these coins are all getting to be basically different colors here. We got some green, we got some blue, we got some reddish orange, we got no radishes, but we do have some reddish orange. Needless to say, we're going to be messing around with these coins quite a bit over the rest of our painting time here. No doubt about that. What we got? Yeah, we got that here. So yeah, there was one point where it's like all of a sudden that that board with the two flats on it's like falling down off the table. I'm like, whoa, what's that? It's like, oh, that's what's going on. That was a wake-up call. Come on. Well, here, let me just get rid of some of that. Hey there, Sakari. How you doing? Happy Saturday. Well, that's the other thing, too, of course. I mean, you got NFL games on Saturday. You got college games on Tuesday. Is it any wonder I can't remember what day it is? I mean, what's the world come to, right, Valfira? Talk about madness. Now, we're glad that you're doing okay there, Sakari. And of course, appreciate you being here. Ooh, look at that. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go blam out over there with that. So you can see that. See, that's got a lot more orange in it. We're not gonna mess with that. I'll let that set there. No fooling around with that just yet. Oh, you know what? Let me try this. Ma Radiant magenta, radiant violet with the umber. We will respect the umber here. Actually, speaking of which, Sakari, so that was, yeah, I was surprised to see a new High Elf Blood Bowl team there, Armored Wolf. That was the one thing I did get to see. You know, of the thing that you posted there, uh, during all the goings on today. I did actually show that to, because the folks that I was with, I mean, these were the folks that, remember Kathy, we're talking about Mel, Kathy's halfling character. This was the wife of somebody that was in that group. That guy always played the barbarian who had like the super rage thing or something like that, and like ultra cleave and everything else. Nice to see you there, Lead Logic. Great to see you. So how you doing there, Lead Logic? And again, this is one of my own This is a whole story that I've got for my Harad army. So you will recognize I've been doing this symbol on my Harad army for years. And now I have the capacity to make my own figures, my own characters that are again from the army. You can see the references in the corner, but here is the image that he's made from. Now I ditched the cane. I also had to get rid of. I wanted to have that treasure that was also in there, but for 3D printing purposes, especially smaller. So where's my 28 mil version? Yeah, that would have just been doomsday trying to print all that treasure at this scale. So I just left that stuff out. It made things a little bit easier. So yeah, this is my own figure right here. Oh, I'm gonna do this. You know what? This is almost like some of our skin tone right here. I'm gonna put that on some of our coins. Put that on your coin and like it. There you go. You know what? I might go a little thinner. Let's see what happens with this here. Yeah. Lid Logic, a little bit ago, we did a film noir on this thing, and it was really wild, especially all the blue here, right? All the blue reflections there. Now, I do have a larger version of this. I mean, as big as this is an 80 mil base, by the way. I actually have a bigger one that's on like a 100 mil base, and that is going to be part of our painting large scale. How's about we welcome in Mickey Genius? So, Mickey Genius, how you doing? Happy New Year and all that. I haven't seen you since, well, geez, last year. So, how you doing? And of course, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead and share stuff in chat. We were just showing here. This is one of my own miniatures. Where's it? There's again there's the 28 millimeter version of it. And again, this is for my Lord of the Rings Harad army. Well, looky there, you can kind of recognize that symbol and the same kind of freehand that's going to happen on the bottom of his robe right there. It is part of a whole series of Lord of the Rings characters that I've done. This is actually the Shadow Lord, one of the ring race. This is before he became the Shadow Lord. This, obviously, is the Shadow Lord Ringwraith right here. We've been doing a whole bunch of our flats. Look at this. We've got our Gaia's Boltar flat. We've also been starting to make our own Battlestar Galactica ships. But look at this. Speaking of our own stuff, Battlestar Galactica busts right there. We've got more of them, like right here. So there's a Starbuck. There's a Cylon, and we got we took one of our favorite Trench Crusade characters. Oh, and look at that, made a bust out of it. So yeah, this has been kind of a favorite Trench Crusade character of mine. You can see it appears all over the place on my miniatures and such. So made ourselves a miniature out of that because reasons. Oh, and then of course we have the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears, like the King of the Dead and our Golem there. And where is Grima and Saruman? So yeah, also we've done 30 of these things, 30 different Lord of the Rings characters. That's been pretty wild. Where is where's our? Oh, here's one of our ring rates, and there's alerts. Let me see. Oh, that sounds really cool there, Lead Logic. I didn't know that there was any cool BSG figs out there. No problem there, Mikai. And again, I wish you all the best. Wish you all the best. And again, here's hoping that 2026 is going to be a great year for you. Again, you can see we got all these different colors starting to work through all of our coinage here. Now, I only have one of my Battlestar Galactica ships here. This is not the newest one. This is actually from not this last week, but the week before. So our fabulous BSG ships. Now, one of these linkies here. Let me see if which one is it. This is my Battlestar. Yeah. Speaking of which, that is the rest of the Battlestar Galactica ships right there. I've started to do again. Those are the showcase videos that I've been wanting to do for like, oh, I don't know, for 3-4 years. I finally have the ability to make those now. That's actually not the most recent one. Most recent one is Army of the Dead, of course. Getting this broken down here. We're painting with oil paints here, as in traditional oil paints, right out of the tube. 1 hour 57 minutes ago, it was the exact same primer color as that because I primed them both at the same time. So that's just Ebony Flesh primer, brushed on Stynylrez. Res. This was that just a matter of 1 hour 57 minutes and 37 seconds ago. We have a Gandalf tribute vid there. We've got the BSG one, and the newest one is the Army of the Dead video. And that features a massive terrain piece from the Printing Goes Ever On. He was very happy about that. He saw that video, and he told me, he said, look, you're the only person I know of that printed that and painted it. So he was very glad that I made that, because now he can tell folks, okay, you want to see what this gigantic thing looks like? Here you go. In that video is featured every Army of the Dead figure that I've painted for what, 20 some odd years? They're all in there. You've got miniatures from GW, you got miniatures from Highlands Miniatures, Kerr's Look, let's see, what's the, Papal 3D. Yeah, there's, I think, at least 4, if not 5 different. I don't think there's the Printing Goes Ever On Army of the Dead in there. They will eventually be added. They will be in there. Just not in that particular vid. But eventually they'll get featured. So again, that's more of a look at this. See all our coins, kind of different colors there. Where's our main area? There's again, this is our character. You can see there is some reflections in all of the gold there. Again, gold is reason why it's shiny. Lots of reflections, right? If we don't make sure that those are, if we don't get those, Like this blue right here. You don't see it over here. Why is it not over here? Because there's nothing, there's nobody sitting there with a blue cape right in front of it. That's why we got that there. Also, too, this yellow that we're putting on here, that's maybe like a value 2.5. That is not even a value 2, much less a highlight, value 1 level or something like that. Lead Logic, if you wanted to share stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Sorry if I forgot to ask if you wanted to do that. Let you blend with what's over. See that? Look at that. See, this kind of just blend together there. We're going to be getting some darker stuff in this as well. Or where are we at with this? Back to our yellow here. So you can see we just kind of work our way around. Like, okay, doing a couple of these with one color. We are changing again more towards a violet right here. Kind of a violet gray. Break this stuff down like you do. Look at that. I mean, that's not yellow, that's not orange, that's not brown. That's a very dingy violet color. And yes, that is going in our gold because reasons. That's going to go over here. Like you do. Let me hit this now. All right next to this deep blue cloak. So again, how that's not reflected in the gold, I don't know. There's this physics also, light also obeys the laws of physics. So if you've got something like that, it's going to have to be reflected in there somehow. And that is true with true metallics, right? Because this is going to be, I'll be filming this tutorial right here. Since this is perfectly symmetrical, we're going to split it right down the middle. One half is going to be either true metallic or non-metallic, same on the other side. Now, let me also not drop him on the ground here, because he just got knocked out of my hand. This bust right here is also split right down the middle. One half is true metallic, the other half is non-metallic. And nobody can tell because, again, all of the reflections, right, they're all here. Look at that. You can see how those all are coins there have all a very different look to them, right? All kinds of different colors. Wow, he really did disappear. I'm not sure where he went. Most likely, oh, there he is. No, that's not him. Let me see if we, there he is. I guess it's a good thing that was not one of the hollow printed busts. I did do a test one of that. By the way, it seemed to work out good. I separated the torso from the plinth and hollowed out the plinth torso. There was too much going on in there to try to hollow that out. Also, it's way lighter than the plinth anyways. Let's see. Oh, actually, Lead Logic, that sounds really fun. That sounds very fun. But yeah, anytime you'd want to post some stuff there in the chat, whatevs, please go ahead and do that. And again, all of these, like the Eldritch Foundry stuff, that's going to be the first stuff that would be made available in that Dropbox. I'm going to try and get that going. What is it again? Saturday. So this coming week, I'm going to try and get that stuff in, at least the Eldritch Foundry stuff in the Dropbox because, well, I mean, we don't really need to test print that. That I know is good. Stuff like this, or even all those busts, even this, this is my very first test print. And there's really no way to know until we actually paint one, because it can look okay, even as a print, even with some primer on it. Then you go to paint it, and you're like, well, all right, that's a problem. because sometimes you just don't notice, and this is not true with just my stuff. There's other things too. I've noticed this with other sculptors. I'm like, well, that something's either missing there or something is weird, and sometimes you don't know until you actually sit down to paint it. So that is why some of this stuff is not available yet, or a lot of it. We're still testing out different ways of printing out the flats. Good grief. Oh, that was the neighbor. Let me do this here. Well, actually, in a few minutes, I'm going to have to go refill the medicine. So maybe I can send them a quick message, say, look, everything's okay. Never fear. Oh, let me hit that too. Next thing we're going to try and do is get some more of our designs in our little floor right here also. I got to do that. So yeah, let me go real quick let me go refill the medicine jar here. And we shall return. So don't go away. We will be right back. Returned. Yeah, let's start fooling around with our because I wanted to get this to be this marble. So you can see it kind of in the lower left and right hand corners there. That's what we're gonna try to do. So looking to get some marbly stuff happening here. Indanthrone. No, that's Payne's Gray. That's not Indanthrone Blue. There's Indanthrone Blue. Cleverly disguised as Payne's Gray. You know what? Let me do this first. We're going to get that. Alright, here. Let's get this mixed up a little bit of our own bar here. Essentially going to do a little bit more of my grid here before fooling around doing all the marble type stuff. Ah, okay, that reveal. Okay, yeah, good thing I did that. I think you need to go here. Push it that way a little. Yeah, oh yeah, it's a good thing we're doing this. That would have gone astray. Um, Good idea. That was a good play. Hey, there's Chef. Nice to see you again. So, Chef, how you doing? Now, of course, all the stuff like a happy belated Christmas and New Year's, all that. Here's hoping said New Year is off to a tremendous start for you, 'cause we want that. Now I feel like I can find the brush I was using. There it is. Once again with the Indanthrin blue. Bingo. Get you filled in, and then we're going to have to go the other way with our lighter stuffs. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, we go with that? No, we did that in the proper order there. So Jeff, lots of exciting new stuff here. Tons of exciting new stuff. Very, very excited with, again, so many new things here. Basically, every week it's like, well, okay, we didn't have the capacity to do that last week. Now we do. And it's been really tremendous. Also, we need some of that lighter marble tile, whatever's over there. And again, see, we can let that mix with what is there. I don't even know what I couldn't even tell you what's on the brush here. It's just some random lighter colors. Don't know, don't care. And it is mixing with whatever is on the base already. Here, don't know, don't care. Not a big deal. We just want something to do some mixing. Come on, give me some more of that here. So that changes this a little bit, doesn't it? That just changed a bunch. There. That also needs to be lighter there. With that, I'm going to go a little bit thinner on that. Drag you across that way, and I think that is more like it. Come on. There, and now this too. There. Dancer blue again. There. Push you up a little further. Move that a little to that side. Okay, so now we're starting to get a little hint of our fabulous marbly pattern here. How's about we do a little more of this? Well, all that stuff is freshly applied there. Blammo. That should mix a little refresh on that sort of sky blue color there. Yeah, we really think long and hard about this stuff. It's very meticulous. Yes, very precise, very meticulous. Or we just like practically aren't looking at what I'm doing. It's like, here, let's just spread this random mid-tone into our marble tiles here to make them look, well, more like marble, because we can do that. Hey there, Inganis, how you doing? Inganis, real quick, why don't you share your stuff in the chat? So Inganis also paints with the oils. Everybody, be sure to give Inganis a file because he also streams the oils. So you want to check that out. So hey there, Silver Tongue. So this is from Battlecraft Supplies. I think they're still making these now. That again, there are several different sizes, and what's nice about this is that there's a couple of different things here. You can switch out for different implements. This opens up here. This is filled with a bunch of pennies and sand and gravel to give it weight and such. Now, I might have already put it back in. Oh, here we go. So here's another attachment that I use right here, like so. Again, so that's so I can just kind of blue tack or glue stuff. So that's that piece right down there. So again, everybody, please check out this link that Inganes is going to share. Give Inganes a follow because Inganes also streams the oil painting. Yeah, we're doing the same deal here now. With our lighter stuff. Then we'll go even, lighter, kind of impart some more of the marble grain there too. But we'll have to let this set. We do this, then we're going to have to kind of stop fooling around with this. We're going to go back to our and we're going to go maybe to here. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go back to his robes there. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, silver tongue, and there's a bunch of different attachments. They also have that bar thing that goes over the top. That attachment as well. I don't use that, but again, if you want that attachment, that is also an option right there. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Nganes just shared. And again, give Nganes a follow. Now here, once again, we're going to start to get some of our lighter magenta in there too, but now we're going to start working on some of our lighter blues. Also, we got to start working on our free-handy stuff, right? That's all along there. Actually, no, we're going to wait a little longer on that. I want that to even have more time to set. So is this our... let me roll with this one, maybe. Hopefully that's not too... it's kind of a lot of thinner there. Well, let's roll with it, see what happens. So I'm going to take some of that away. Also, maybe a little bit more of the sky blue. And let me see what this does. Let me see what that's going to do. Once again, we will be taking our separate blending brush to incorporate all these together. So not worried about any kind of edges, brush strokes, whatevs right now. It was the same deal with all of our gold stuff up there, right? We took that magical blending brush after the fact. Yeah, let's hit this too, this cuff there. More parts of his robe to perhaps get a little bit of light or at least some mid-tone in. Something more like that. And we go here. We do this. Yeah, I think we pretty much got our blue stuff reflected on that part of the throne. A little more over there, because, yeah. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Inganes just shared. And again, everybody, please give Inganes a follow. So have a great Saturday there, Inganes. Now, again, Monday won't be streaming. So, yeah, if you don't see me on Monday/Tuesday there, nothing happened. It's, it's all good. Everything's under control. I will not be streaming Tuesday or Wednesday because, well, we all know what happens in those overnight hours of Tuesday and Wednesday. The internet just like gets turned off for a few minutes. And it only takes a few seconds, right, to kind of have a somewhat negative effect on the stream. Who would have thought that live streaming requires internet? Novel concept. So that would still mean the next stream going to be Thursday. And it will be Flat Thursday, and we're going to do a couple of the Japanese theme flats because we haven't actually painted any of those on stream yet. I've done some tutorial vids with them, but I just realized, holy smokes, I haven't actually painted any of those on stream. So that will be our subject for the Thursday/Friday stream. Okay, now that blue just got a little bit lighter, we will now leave that be. Oh, that is really well set. I'm actually having a hard time pushing that paint around. That means it's going to be a heck of a lot easier to get that pattern on here because now that has set. So we shall. Is this the brush I'm looking for here? Let me see. Let me give this a test with our once again Enchanthrin blue. Let's break that down some more. That'll be good enough. So of course earlier when we did our Book of Wapple stuff, we were focused more on the beginning stages, right? Less is more is way too much, and things must be messy before they can be neat. Now that we're starting to get into the mid to semi later than mid stages, we're going to get into things like, again, this contrast, right? You can see it in the throne because metals reflect their surroundings. You can see there's blue, there's kind of some reds, there's some greens, all kinds of different colors in there because, again, metals reflect their surroundings. Also, too, boy, oh boy, I see people, I mean, they basically think themselves right out of painting. I mean, they are so wrapped up in whatever that they pretty much psych themselves out. Maybe just do the stuff because, again, Theory Hammer does not work any better with miniatures than it does with dice. Might as well just do it. Just like with dice, you can talk about, well, if I roll this, just roll the dice. Just let it happen. See what's going to come out of it. Now, of course, folks, really, again, you can try for perfection, then you'll never have perfection. And if you do, well, then, okay, what are you going to do? Let's say you painted the perfect miniature. Does that now mean that every other miniature you ever paint for the rest of your life has to be perfect? So that's why you don't necessarily want to get too hung up on perfection. Because, again, is that really something that you want? Again, I mean, once you've done the perfect thing, how do you follow that up? So again, everybody, please check out that link that Nganes just shared. So yeah, chef. I there was one person they wanted me to come over and kind of like do a little painting thing with them or something. They spent several hours on their. They had literally had a wall of paint. So this is somebody that had, shall we say, lots of financial resources. They had a paint factory in their house. They had like 300 pots or whatever you would want to say of red, and they spent all day trying to pick the right red. So the next time around, I went to the paint wall. I grabbed 7 colors. I threw them at him. I said, "That's what you get, nothing more." Again, think long, think wrong. Just start doing something. Uh, and if something doesn't quite work out according to maybe what your original plan was, that's okay. Because nobody else really knows what your original plan was, so it's not like they're going to be able to say, "Aha, you did not succeed." They will have no idea unless you tell them. Yeah, that okay. That all bets are off. Then if you go up to them and say, "Yeah, I wanted to do this, but it didn't work," then they're gonna know. Otherwise, not so much. Well, we believe very strongly in DIY here, right, Camda? And it's very appropriate, right, Camda? Because what do we use for our texture paste? We use tile grout. So I mean, how appropriate is that? We just did some tile here on a tile grout channel. Because right? All right. How's about we get to our little bit of free handy stuff? And again, that is this right along here. That's what we're going to do now. And I'm going to maybe just start right here. Doing this. And it is just going to be a series of these loops, which then also create diamonds. Like so. Actually, Camden, I think I gotta get me another container of the of our texture paste because remember over the summer, I had to use it as tile grout. That what a great tragedy, right, Camden? That I'm all out of texture paste because I had to use it as tile grout. That is why it's the omni-channel, right, recoil? Now, again, we're gonna also fill these areas in with our yellow there too. I think the last time we were messing around with this particular area was probably about 2-ish hours ago. Yeah, like an hour 45 minutes ago, something like that. Come on. Away we go. And then we'll do the bottom side of that. Oh gosh, what was it? Oh yeah, the mumak. Yeah. Did this whole giant pattern on the howdah of a mumak. That is also another one of our tutorial series that I've been working on. So stretch pretzel, I never really was happy with the GW figure to represent the Golden King of Abrakhan. I mean, I have that. I also have like 2 other ones. I got one from Kurzlook. I got one from I've got one from Dandelion. No, not Diwali. Yes, one from Diwali. I think I might actually have a third one. But this is specifically, again, a character that I sort of developed myself. And again, here is the original image right here of the Golden King. Obviously, I got rid of the cane, and we had to get rid of some of the other treasure there because I knew that just was not going to print out, especially at this size. I mean, it was jinky enough with the coins at this size. I actually have a bigger one than this, too. It's a basement repair channel, right? Recoil. It's a plastering channel, a plaster and drywall channel. Where's my? We also build tables. Yeah, we do that here. Reinforce that. Now let me get back down to this here. We'll do that. It's kind of a carpentry channel too, right? Recoil, because let me get this up and over here. It's all an ice control channel too, right? Recoil. And as surface tension says, for all intents and purposes, it's a one-to-one terrain channel. So see you later there, Inganes. See you later there again. Have a great gee whiz. I keep wanting to say Friday, but have a great Saturday. And inside each of these little semi-diamond shapes here, we're going to have our some yellow in there too. And of course, it's also a sports coverage channel. We do have a big weekend of football coming up all the way through to Monday with the Natty and the NFL playoffs, which we will all cover on the Wappleville Sports Network. Oh, that's right. I wonder. Let me see if I can find it here. 1 second here. Where is. Aha, here we go. So this right here, this is going to be turned into a miniature right here. So this is the 4th and 8th play. Basically, this is the Nike logo thing here. Obviously, the Air Jordan type thing. So yeah, I'm going to take that and we're going to turn that into a miniature. That is going to be super fun. I'm guessing we'll be the first ones to do that. I'm pretty sure that nobody else is turning that into a miniature. Recoil, I'm just trying to think of the equivalent to that in footy. It would be, okay, your back is to the goalposts, recoil. You are basically standing, what is it, not perpendicular, parallel to the goalposts there, and you're trying to do a banana-style kick with your back to the goalpost. Oh, and also, by the way, recoil, it happens to be about 20 degrees and there's a 30-mile-an-hour wind while you're doing that. Now, again, who's to say that the Rams don't come into town and just, shall we say, take the air out of the balloon? It's very possible. In fact, it's almost probable that that is what's going to happen. But, is what it is. You enjoy what you got when you got it. I mean, that was every bit as bonkers as some of the stuff we saw with the Bulldogs, right? It was almost as bonkers as that. Hard to imagine, but yeah, it was. Well, since they succeeded, it was more bonkers because yeah, the Bulldogs didn't succeed with their comeback. I mean, it's that level, right? Recoil. I don't know if you saw the ice sculpture, recoil, but yeah, at the Merchandise Mart downtown, there is a Caleb Williams ice sculpture now because the whole Iceman thing. And that has all just emerged over the last few weeks. Um, there was a very interesting little stat that was given. So the rest of the NFL this season, when they are trailing by 11 or more points with 5 or less minutes to go, the rest of the league is 3-156. The Bears are 3-3. So the rest of the league combined in almost 160 games has only won the same amount as the Bears. You're lucky if you pull off something like that once per season, much less more than once per season. That just, again, that is absolutely the most insane thing. And it just kind of keeps happening. Now, of course, you keep, how many times recoil did we say during the footy season? It's like, okay, that's all well and good, those comebacks and stuff, but eventually you kind of run out of gas, right? Recoil, because there's so much energy being used up in the big comeback. Now, I will say it has started to alter the way the opposing team coaches call their game. Because now they're not content to just like, let's just run the ball a little bit here. Now they're like, we need to keep scoring. Which leads to the other stat that the Bears also lead the league in interceptions. The defense is terrible, but it leads the league in interceptions. Part of it is, I think, they're trying to jump routes to get interceptions instead of just kind of keeping things in front of them. Again, we will cover it all, every down, every snap, on the Wampelville Sports Network. Let's get a little bit more of our Goldilocks into our coins here. And then we'll come back, do more on here. We got to wait for this stuff we did here. Got to wait at least 15, 20 minutes on that. So we were not going to mess around with that at all. We'll get back to our blue and magenta, get some more light there. We'll be doing that before we do this, because guess what? I'm going to be sticking my finger. You can see it. You can already see some lines there where I've been sticking my finger on top of my nifty stuff there. So yeah, you know what? Some of these coins got to get lighter here. Make some of those lighter. Oh, and by the way, we can go a lot lighter than this. Nowhere on here is, say, a value 1 of any kind. Lightest we've gone is maybe 2. And that's about it. Yeah, let's hit that too. Yeah. Over here. Now there, you could see that kind of mixed with what was there. That is what we want. Because again, right now, not only it's not maybe next. Yeah, it's sandwiched in between his dark blue cloak and the dark blue tile. So it's gotta have some kind of influence there. Also, again, 2 hours 39 minutes ago, there was no paint on this. It was just that ebony flesh primer. We started off with the lighter dry brush stuff, lighter to mid-tone dry brush stuff. Then we did some glazing over the top of that. Some parts of it were actually getting mixed together with the glaze. And then we started to put, shall we say, more opaque mid-tone layers into that. We kind of worked here. Then we were definitely getting some stuff on his golden throne. Again, this is one of several miniatures now that I've made for myself. I think the very first ones were the Eowyn figures, yeah. Uh, and recoil again. I'll try to after the stream here get some pictures for you of those test prints. Although I think well, you heard me say yesterday, recoil, that one of them. Now I really love the plinth on it, except the way it was translated. It treated it as like again Sauron getting out of a little swimming pool, like a little what are those? The little inflatable pools or something? It's like, what in the world is this? This is nuts. So I was not amused by that. There was one that it basically looks like the teeth of Mordor, right? That the two spires at the Black Gate. It has that kind of a motif. I really love that one. Let's put it this way. Yeah, that's that. Oh, that's right. Recoil. Weren't we saying that that's the one true ring? The ring around the tub there. It's the and in the darkness bind them. Yeah, that's that one ring around the tub. Well, they have that calcified water in Mordor, Rico. They can't really. It's nothing can be done when you have that hard water, that calcified water. It's gonna leave that ring. Let me lighten up you again. This is more towards a mid-tone. I can't wait for you to like see the actual lighter, like lightest tones in that gold. That's gonna really have quite the effect. I'm gonna go back to my green here because it's the same value as what we're doing. It's just a different color. So again, now what we're doing there is green. Look at it again. All these different coins right here. There's so many of these buggers. Look at this. So many of those. Who would have thought surface tension that's actually how plate tectonics work, right? Yeah. So actually, surface tension, since I require more, storage space for all the miniatures and terrain, I could just create my own continent. That's all I need to do. Surface tension is just route some water to a volcano somewhere, and I'll set it off, and I'll have an entire new continent all to myself. Surface tension. I get it. It was so easy. I should have thought of it years ago. Let me do this right here. But of course, as I'm digging that path, surface tension, I won't notice that there's a giant tree in the way either. Let me do this here. There is a little bit of the Indian yellow in this green, by the way, so it's not like a cooler green, like a seafoam green. It's more of a warmer green. And again, there's like a bazillion different colors in all these different coins here. They will eventually kind of get unified by the highlights that are on them. That'll kind of be the one thing that will tie them all together. That's what I would say. Right surface tension. I mean, you can't argue with it. You can't prove it didn't happen. I mean, and heck, Arda was flat also. So yes, I mean, it's a originally Tolkien was a flat earther until the Valinor had to kind of screw around with things. Next thing you know, it's a spherical world. I need to get me a little bit more of the lighter stuff in here. There we are. Yes, we needed to pull that back. And now, let me. What do we got on the brush here? Okay, that'll work. That will work there. A little more, a little more. This is our Mars yellow deep there a little bit, and now some of it there. We shall maybe even go a little lighter there. Oh, well, look at that. And look at that. Once again, precision brushwork. Look at that. I mean, that's stunning right there. That's what we get ourselves a nice soft little blendy brush here. Nice to see you there, cavemans. Happy New Year there, cavemans. I hope New Year's have been great. Hopefully Christmas was fantastic too there, cavemans. Great to see you again. Well, looky there. What just happened? You'd almost think like we had ourselves some kind of airbrush thingy or whatever. What was I using? Was it this? Don't even remember. Don't care. Don't care. Not important. We'll do this. Can reflecty stuff here. So Cape Man's, what do I, oh no, here it is. Speaking of Earth, we did our usual New Year's Eve stream. Right here, we started with the Eastern time zone. We went all the way around here to that time zone. Yes, indeedy. All right, same blendy deal like we did on the other side. Look at that. Is that not easier? Huh? Is that not easier than just spending a whole bunch of time trying to blend away that? You know what? Now that I get this yellow here, one sec. Let me do this. We were saying we wanted to give this stuff here 20-ish minutes to set. It's been almost exactly that. Maybe about 22 minutes. Blendy brush. We're just doing a little bit of tap, tap, tap there. Shall we see? I think we have ignition. Yes, we do. We waited just long enough. Ooh, that's close. That's close. So again, that's what we're seeing. We're kind of filling in those little areas right there. And again, this is not the lightest yellow. We can go lighter than this yellow for sure. But for right now, we're just getting a little diamondy shapes in there. Look at that. This stuff has changed a bunch already. And there's still more of our design yet to do here. And as I've mentioned a few times, this is, again, my own creation here. Here is the reference image of the Golden King of Abrakhan and the Throne of Flame with the Eye of Gold set into the throne. Into this, so geez, recoil, that was, let's put it this way, recoil, when I made that image there, that was, I had never even heard of Suno yet. That's how long ago that was, recoil. Yeah, I'd never even heard of Suno, much less tried it. So cavemans with the oils, you just gotta let them dry. If you try to fool around with that, because it's not an evaporative process. So yeah, if you put a hair dryer on it, you'll either melt the figure and or crack the paint. Neither of which are positive outcomes. Now, of course, cavemans, since we're using alkyds, that is going to enhance the drying. So that is one thing you can do. And here are a couple of options for the alkyds, right, caveman? So these are the ones you can get on Amazon here, the Paul Rubens. These are the Winsor Newton Griffin Alkyd. So these are going to dry faster. Uh, so this way you don't have to kind of fool around with that, right? So yeah, surface tension. Actually, I just it was one of the lore videos. It focused entirely on the geography of Middle Earth and, of course, about the far eastern regions. And now this was before the breaking of the world. Uh, the Numenorians did go there. They were essentially trying to do like a whatchamacallit. They were trying to do a Columbus, basically. It didn't quite work for them. So yeah, it was unsuccessful. They were trying to get to Valinor, and well, they got tricked. Didn't work. Hmm, we need more thinner in that. And again, this is you can see this is nowhere near white. There's no white in here, for that matter. What's interesting, Rico, is that is a giant. I mean, that is like 3 times the size of Madagascar, and it's not like a chain of islands. It's one massive honkin' island over there. So cavemans, that is very much an option. So they're called Paul Rubens cavemans, and they are available on Amazon. Now, technically, there's 3 sets. You can get 2 of them, kind of like a 2-in-1. I would wait till things like, say, Black Friday or Amazon Prime days or whatever days they have sales, because that big set drops down to sometimes as low as $63 for 38 colors. Well, of course, surface tension in Welshlandia, they have the anti-death orb shield. They haven't messed, or did they mess around with plate tectonics? Who knows? Maybe the ancient Welshlandians did mess around with plate tectonics. Now, cavemans, the Windsor. Now, the one, I guess, would you say, disadvantage of the Paul Rubens is that, let's say there's a color that you use a lot. I mean, you can see here, look at our radiant green substitute. That's looking a little peaked right there. Now, if I want to replace this, I basically have to get a whole nother set. Now, of course, the average person, I think it's safe to say, they they may not they may not be quite using it the same rate that I am. So I think maybe that's not as big a deal for the average folks there, because obviously I'm painting 7 days a week. There is no day of the week where painting does not happen. So paint is going to get consumed at a high rate, because I'm also doing flats, I'm doing regular paintings, I'm doing backdrops. Ooh, speaking of backgrounds, recoil, I actually wanted to paint like a spacescape type of backdrop for our BSG bus, and I want to paint some kind of a trenchy crusade type backdrop for, since I want to do multiple busts there. You just don't want to take those Paul Rubens into the movie theater, right? Lead logic. Let me see. Well, the Alkyd Pro, geez, I might have seen that in passing and just forgotten about it there, Recoil. Now the other one, the Primatone, I haven't heard of those. Actually, Recoil, that that's something that I don't want to do a. Sorry about the voice there. An Amazon, so I want to do maybe a just a general market search there and see what pops up. Now here we're going to have to redo our blue over there, but that's okay because we're also going to be redoing this other stuff around it. Oh, here's another one of our yellow sections right here. Now a caveman's somewhere. Now I think it was Kathy had some oil paints that were really, really old. Now of course they were like the very cheap variety, so I mean they weren't super special even when they were new. But if it's a decent oil paint, it should still be fairly good even after quite some time. So we'll recall there's no such thing as too many options. I'll tell you that there's no such thing as too many options. I'm like, nope. If there's an option, I'm taking it. Because it's not like, Gamlin would ever just suddenly stop selling their alkyds. That never happens, right, Camda? That never ever happens. We need some more light on this side. Again, this is a light middle tone over there. So yeah, Caveman, that was about 20, 22 years-ish or so. And it was still viable. Yeah, it was still good. Oh yeah, yeah, sure, recoil, definitely. Because again, more options, more better, right, recoil? More options, the better. Yeah, there's still no fast matte white out here. This is we're just using the Paul Rubens white. Cavemans, if they work, so much the better. If they don't, it's like whatever, because you already had them anyways. Lid logic, it's when you think of okay, white is value 1. Your typical yellow, say something like this Hansa yellow here, that's going to be basically like a value 2. And then, something like the radiant colors, those kind of gravitate towards 3s-ish. And then once you start talking about your middle tones, now you're most likely mixing something with some darker colors. Thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Yeah, Recoil. I mean, hey, it's who knows? Maybe again, either something gets discontinued or you just suddenly have a hard time getting your paws on it. And of course, as we say here all the time, the best ability is availability. Let me do this here. Some more dark along our edges there. As we just about enter hour 3, which means that should it become necessary in a little bit, we'll break out our fast matte white to really start doing those pure straight up value 1s. Ooh, holy jeez, look at this. There's a whole bunch of reflected light that never got there. Also, how many layers was that? That was 1. That was 1 layer, and that is it. So now that was about a value 2 that kind of got morphed down to a value 4 by mixing with what was there, like a value 6-ish. Now, what's happening here? Again, some of our green there. Fabulous green, because gold is definitely green. Also violet. Yeah, recoil, it's just, again, you never know, right? You never know. Now, here, this is going to be as much about establishing some edges as anything else. We have kind of soft edges there. We're going to get those a little bit crispier also. Going to get ourselves some dark in a few places. So we did that. Where'd my blendy brush go? There you are. Doing our little tap, tap, tap routine there. Other blendy brush. What you got going on here? Nothing? Good. There. Oh, wait. Do those. Where's my... Is this what I'm using? Yeah, that's what I was using. Chromium oxide. Green. There. Also, there. Now, we just stuck a bunch of green on a gold, doing it here, right next to all this reddish orangey gold stuff, because reasons. I am there. Yeah, let's start to get into our blues here, lighten those up. Let's lighten these babies up here. See, we're again trying to stick with what we did there. And we're gonna get this maybe. What have we here for some of our latest blues? Oh, geez, Rico, I don't know if, I think I sent you the Good, Better, Best songs by an email, right? That has, of course, that has also taken the city by storm, the Good, Better, Best. Holy smokes. Now, again, there may not be a whole lot more come Sunday night. You know, who knows, by this time, or let's see, by 8 something o'clock on Sunday, or who knows, if the game goes really bad, it could be much earlier than 8 o'clock or 8 or 9 or something like that. There could be a sudden end to all of the magic, and that's well, that's how it goes. That's hilarious, Recoil. You know what's doubly unfortunate about that is that's the one that's the one that I had to basically kind of reject those because they're super shiny, Rico, and they don't dry fast. At least the ones that I tried, and they're really expensive. That's crazy, Rico, because I thought those were basically made on Mars or something, because they're like Williamsburg level cost. That is not fooling around. They are incredibly expensive, and the Paul Rubens are way better at a fraction of the price. That is just bonkers, right? Recoil. Look at that. See, that's already kind of mixing itself. Now let me. Yeah, again, these are just junky old craft brushes, but they work really well for things like this, like that. So you can see our folds now; those are starting to become much more active there. And then look at this. Look at, I mean, now that is what you call very deliberate and careful brush strokes right there. Now let's take our blending brush here. Turn this so you can see it. And away we go here. Let's do this. Yeah, and it doesn't look quite so rough anymore. So Cavemans, you can check out all of the, well, of course we also have the Patreon page with, well, hundreds of videos on oil painting there. But you can check out the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Also, the regular YouTube channel has tons of videos, and you can just go to the beginning on those, Cavemans. I'm always starting out with kind of a dark, well, these days, I used to do a lot of the pre-glaze. We kind of set that aside for a variety of reasons. So here we start. This literally was this color of primer because I primed these at the same time. We do the lighter dry brush first, then we do kind of a bit of a sort of a glaze into that, and then we start to work in more of our mid-tones, more of our lights, with more of an opacity to them. Because again, with the oil paints, there are no layers, there are no base coats. That's kind of an acrylic thing. Works fine for acrylics. That's how those operate. But with the oils, we wanna utilize those to the best of their ability, and that means we want to have as little paint as possible getting onto that figure. That also has a little something to do with your drying time too. Now here you can see we are able to blend it in. I didn't even grab the blending brush. It's all just blending by itself here. We put one color on there. We also suggest very strongly to do things like this. Use some color charts because, I mean, as you can see here, there are differences between these. Are different colors. That's two different Van Dyke browns, two different basically Toro Rosas. This reveals here, you can see this one's a little bit stronger than this one. This one's got a little more blue. That one's a little more yellowish. Also, this one a little bit stronger. Oh, look at that. It's the radiant green, as it should be. Because that radiant green costs 3 times as much. No, not 3 times, probably 5 or 6 times as much as that equivalent in Paul Rubens. So you would hope that there was a quantitative difference in, say, the amount of pigmentation and other such things. Again, there will be some splaining to do. If Series 7 Williamsburg paints worked the same as a $1 something cent tube of Paul Rubens, that would be, again, somebody would have to explain to me why that is the case. Why is one tube of paint 60 something dollars, and here this entire set of 38 colors is 60 something bucks? And if you think I'm joking, depending on, if you get this on sale or not, this tube of pure orange could buy you 38 tubes. And again, this is only 37 mil. That could buy you an entire set of Paul Rubens paints right there. Now, that pure orange just happens to have some really weird, miraculous properties to it, and that is why, same thing with the Perline Crimson. That's a Series 6. Those just, again, they have some really special properties to them that your Paul Rubens are just never going to have, which they should not at that, shall we say, inexpensive price. Just throwing it out there. And there's nothing that says, I mean, we have in Danthrin Blue, I think, as a Series 3. Now, of course, we're using the Richardson version, not the Gamlin version. Yep, Series 3. So this right here, that's probably about a 16-ish dollar tube. That would get you probably 7 or 8 tubes of Paul Rubens. Again, depending on if you're getting the Paul Rubens stuff on sale or not. That's the caveat there. When I first got the Paul Rubens sets, I was just getting them like one small set at a time because I was not sure about them. The second time I got a set, oh, you can bet I got them at the $63 price. I think I actually have 2 backup sets here because, well, we're going to be using those also for the Adepticon class. That can still be later. However, we're going to have to kind of wait on doing more with that. Now, let me try to get a little more of my blue here. lighter blue that is. So we are now 3 hours, 9 minutes in on our fabulous Golden King of Abrakhan. Now, where's there? Okay, here's the. Yeah, this is the Shadow Lord figure. I'm going to do a 3-part series on this, all about freehand. I mean, look at this thing. This is that's why I created this figure, so that I could do a massive freehand tutorial, kind of like what we did with Guinevere, only potentially even crazier than what we did with Guinevere. It could be like really crazy what we're going to do with that. And again, that is available on the Patreon page. That's what Armored Wolf just posted there. You do that Army Painter pledge level, you are looking at, if it's not 3,000 hours, it's got to be at least 2,600 hours worth of videos. Everything I've ever filmed since 2013. So yeah, you're looking at, we're starting to push 16 years, or sorry, 13 years worth of videos. I'm thinking probably this summer you'll be getting into 13 years worth of filming video tutorials. And it's not just oil painting. There's sculpting, there's terrain, there's printing videos. We've got basically Space Marine, we call them chapter studies videos. We've done like a dozen of those. We've got painting large figures, painting small scale, painting busts. I think just basing tutorials alone, technically there's hundreds of those. There's, what, 220 army painting episodes? Actually, no, wait, we're about to do series 50. So, yeah, actually, we're starting to get closer to 250. Yeah, we're past 240 now, I think. Yeah, let me do a little bit of the blue on the top of that. Yeah, Caveman's, then you throw in, what, like almost 100 Dark Sword episodes, 120 on the Workbench episodes. I think I've done. Oh, and then there's we had a new series working with Eldritch Foundry. I think I'm already up to 8 episodes on those. So yeah, Eldritch Foundry has like 5 minutes worth of tutorials on their stuff. I've done 16 plus hours worth of tutorials on Eldritch Foundry stuff. Yeah, 8 episodes, a little over 2 hours each. Yep. So if you're planning on binge watching all of those videos, you better have some snacks and maybe a chamber pot nearby, because you're gonna be there a while. I'm gonna take some of this, put that right in there. Come on. Need to lighten you up a smidge, not too much there. Well, we can always take our blending brush back into that. So again, you can see all that kind of bluish color there, again, reflected off of ye old golden throne. Now, I'm going to go back to the face. We haven't messed with that in a while. This is getting pretty close. We could start working back into there. We also have got marbly things to fool around with there. So Lid Logic, there was the initial, like the sketching process. Then I had to kind of make this image here. Then this image had to go through, geez, like 5 or 6 more permutations again to get rid of all the treasure stuff, get rid of the cane, Then I had to clear out because that was I needed an orthographic. So then you go orthographic, then you go meshy, then you go blender or image to STL. That's how I make some of the flats. Now these are made in Maker World. That gives me more of the bas relief right there. Also, I can put a frame on there. So it takes several different things in combination to be able to create this stuff. That's for sure. Where's my skin tone? We need to get some grayish greens here in his skin tones. Now the Eldritch Foundry stuff, you're basically doing that right there on the Eldritch Foundry site. And Eldritch Foundry, as we discovered, there's some amazing controls, like on the cloaks and such. And again, I have as part of my printing workshop series now, I actually have some episodes that show how I make. Well, let's see. Oh, I don't. Well, actually, this is one. Yeah, this is part of my painting bust series, but also this is part of my printing workshop right here because I did the integrated plinth because I wanted to be able to do this. So that's printed in FDM, and actually, I mean, look at as big as this guy is. Look at how big this thing is. So with the integrated plinth, all of this printed very easily in FDM. So that was the big experiment. If I made an integrated plinth, would I be able to then have it kind of be an easy thing to get printed out in FDM, much larger, and it sure worked out that way. So no Disney stuff here, Stretch Pretzel. I'm trying to think the last time I even saw anything that was Disney. Good grief. I couldn't even tell you. When would I have seen? Well, I haven't seen a movie since I think 2018 or been to any movie theater. So yeah, not super familiar with Disney stuff. But again, we just last night, well, our last stream, I guess I should say, we did the very first of our Arthurian flats there. We did Merlin, we did Lady of Shalott, and again, we will be doing one of our. I was thinking possibly this one right here, so maybe we'll do this flat on our Thursday stream. Maybe a couple of them there. So yeah, Lead Logic. I already have 8 episodes on the Eldritch Foundry stuff. Oh gosh, do I have any of my Eldritch? Oh, yes, I do. In fact, this is the bus that I'm using for my class at Adepticon right here. So we're using that one right there. I've also made the new Wapelius Spellbrush figures. I don't know if you've seen those. Also the new Kathy figure. So the Kathy as a halfling rogue. That was also made with Eldritch Foundry. And again, I keep learning more and more and more amazing possibilities that you can do with Eldritch Foundry. Yeah, I keep learning. It's like, wait a minute, you can do that? Stretched, we sometimes refer to our Lord of the Rings flats as as Lord of the Rings Tarot. Here's a couple of Eowyn's that we did. Yeah, part of our Lord of the Rings Tarot deck series. Gee whiz, actually, what did they have recently? I think this was running through like November, December, something. They had a basically a lifetime deal. You basically paid one fee and forever and ever, however many things you created or whatever, there was just the one time outlay, and then you were never charged. There was no credits, there was no nothing. You just made as much as you wanted to your heart's desire. is, hopefully this is not too light here. Let me see what we got here for his schnoz. We need some lighter stuff around his eyes and other parts of his face here. Let's get this nostril there and part of his cheek up there. He also has his, well, obviously a ring on here, so we need to make sure we get that on him too. Lead Logic, I am hoping to have a big display of all of the flats, the Lord of the Rings gummies. I've been getting new display stuff, new these little LED lights and stuff, so that we can illuminate those much easier, much better than in, well, previous years, especially last year. Let me go back the other way here. Where's my dark? Here's my darker stuff here. Come on. There's that. We'll have him maybe looking slightly off to the left. We don't want things just looking straight ahead. That gets really boring. He kind of looks more contemplative if he's looking off somewhere else. Also, maybe we darken you down a little bit more there. I think yeah, we are zoomed in all the way. That's it. We're zoomed in all the way. Can't zoom any more than that. So have fun with Con of the North there, Lead Logic. In advance, safe travels to Adepticon. Hopefully you got all the things that you were looking to get into in the registration process there. Oh, there we go. There we now he has much more expression on his face. A little bit of reflected light there on his finger. How's about? Let me get to some of this here. So some of the lights on the magenta here, I do still have some of my magenta left. Come on, more this. More this here. And it's got a little more magenta in it, just a teensy bit. And then we'll have to go one step lighter than this, I think. Teensy bit lighter. This one, as you can imagine, Armored Wolf, this one's a little bit of a beast to support. Also these are. This one was a beast to support, and this one too. And again, doing the test rinse, I've kind of learned, okay, this is how I need to support those. And again, that's why we haven't just been throwing all kinds of stuff up there on the in that Dropbox folder, because it's like, oh yeah, that's we need to change that around. Or I was describing to folks Recoil, how the very first Lord of the Rings gummy bears, I didn't realize that when I was downloading them, the file size, the physical size, was 30 meters tall. Needless to say, there was some printing issues with those, because they were 30 meters tall, and I'm printing them at 1%. In the case of the Sauron one, I was trying to print it out at less than 1%. Needless to say, some parts of it did not print out. Where's my blending brush? Can we use... Yeah, I think I can use this. Nope, that too. Yeah, lead logic. That was, well, let's put it this way. I call my Eldritch Foundry vids and my other printing workshop vids, I call them learn-along videos. Because especially in every Eldritch Foundry video, I'm pressing stuff. I'm like, what does this do? What the heck is that? And there's been a number of times where it's like, during one video, I'll make a discovery, and I'm like, well, okay, guess what, guys? We're going to be making a video about this next. There was controls on there. I messaged them. I said, so when were you guys going to tell me about this control? They're like, oh yeah, nobody really knows about that. Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm doing these videos. Now, of course, I'm going to have to wait till February 4th to start making the Lord of the Rings Furbies. Because, well, we're starting to get a little bit lower on some of those credits there. Because I have used a ton of them just this week. Between the Babylon, between the Babylon 5 flats, the Battlestar Galactica flats, or sorry, the flats as well, but the busts. Almost forgot to make those lighter. And I think now I can get into this. Where's my guy here? So we're going to do that stuff in there. So we're going to take our... It is... Oh, geez, it's 3.5 hours. Sure, we can bring this out. It is time for our fast matte white. So yeah, lead logic, it was at Christmas, and my niece was in town, and she was of the age of Furbies, and she was showing me this picture she saw on Instagram or whatever. Now, I think she had 3 at any one time. This person had like a dozen or more and set them up into this giant satanic circle of Furbies. And I said, wait a minute, what about Lord of the Rings Furbies? Few people have seen. Now, of course, once you have seen them, you can't unsee them. I do believe to look upon the Lord of the Rings Furbies does require a sanity check. Again, they have a somewhat negative effect on your mental stability there. Let me get... So you can see that's starting to mix here. This is starting to darken down a little bit. We want that in our shadow areas here. I believe the very first one we did was Gandalf. The Balrog one was really neat. The Witch King one, the Sauron one was really cool. The Galadriel one actually, like, literally had the... Well, I told it, put in the vial of Galadriel. Where's our Galadriel here? Yeah. So it essentially was this, but as a Furby. Because reasons. We shall see what happens with it. Again, I have no idea how they're going to print or anything like that. That is further down the road. That may have to be an after Adepticon sort of thing. Yeah, let's roll with it. I also might try to get some of the late... Yeah, while I'm doing this, I'll try to get some of the latest stuff in our marble too. So you can see that is much more visible than what we got going on over here. We will once again start out with our white here. Every single brush stroke, it's mixing with the existing paint. So here you can see it's already nowhere near as light as it was. By the time we get over to here, it is not the same color that was on the brush just a minute ago. As we get deeper into the recesses here, that brush continues to pick up the paint that's already here. It's making it darker and darker, which is good because that's a shadow area. And I'm not getting darker and darker. If it's as light as this over here, it's like, well, that's gonna, our shadow area not gonna be terribly convincing at all. Now the other thing we've got again is we got some reds that we're gonna have to do. Are we well, not quite locked and loaded here? We just got a little something over here to take care of. I think we can do that later as well. You know what? I need me a little more thinner. A little more thinner here. Ooh, look at that. Yeah, that little bit of thinner allows us to not scrape away the paint that's already sitting there. That is another little thing that's going to impact folks that are new to the oil paints, that are used to, well, it's dry paint over dry paint. There is also a line of reasoning that says, well, okay, let's say you don't even get to paint, all that often, and the oil paints, they're going to dry. Let's say they dry. You can just kind of plan it out and say, you know what? I'm not necessarily going to try and do this whole wet into wet for the whole thing. I'm going to do like I'm sculpting with green stuff. I'm going to do a little bit. I'm going to let it dry. And then I'm going to go back into it after it dries. So you can do that. I mean, why couldn't you? There's no reason why you could not do that. That's what we do with our army painting series. Even if I was to just kind of like continuously work on them, the paint would just dry because the army painting series are what? 5 times 2 plus another 3. So they are anywhere between 12 to 13 and a half hours long. The paint's still going to dry. Even if I was to like non-stop work on them or film them. And at that point, there's some interesting options with the oils that you can do that maybe aren't really present when it's more like this, where you're doing the wet into wet from start to finish. If that is a more comfortable way for you to work with the oils, well, then that's a 100% way you should do it. You're like, yep, okay. Like with the pre-glaze, there's folks that never could wrap their head around the pre-glaze. That's why we came up with alternate methods. And they said, man, you know what? I didn't need to be worrying about what's a staining color, what's a not staining color. And other folks, they prefer the pre-glaze method. I mean, this is ultimately supposed to be your fun thing. And again, now if you're doing it like me, it's also the way you do like food and electricity and roofs. That's a different metric there. But for most people, it's not associated with, well, staying alive. Therefore, it should be a fun thing. And not so much a stress thing. You don't want that. Regular life can provide more than enough stress. You don't need to, yeah, let's create some more. Nope, we don't want that. We want to take that away, not build it up. This is going to start to go on Mr. Golden Throne here. Not too much paint on there. Oh yeah, there we go. That is more like it. Now we're also going to start. You can see some of these sharper edges begin to appear. Definitely glazed and confused. Right surface tension. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to said Linseed Fellowship channel. Again, that is where episodes like this are going to live once they go away from Twitch. They go to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. The regular YouTube channel that has the Army Showcase videos. Again, I highly suggest you check out the most recent one, which is the Army of the Dead video, because you will see this character actually animated and in several scenes, again, doing different stuff. Where's that ring? Okay, there's his ring there. Try and get a couple lights in there, and then, whoops, no, let's get rid of there. Oh man, that was way too much paint. Let me try refine that a little more. This might just work here. Come on. Also there. Doing same thing like we did on the other side of our throne. This is another place it's going to need that lighter stuff. Bam, right in there. As I bring up my reference again, you'll be able to see it. Now again, there's maybe a little bit more waviness in our actual miniature than there is there, and of course I changed the coloration here on the, whoops. So that magenta's not there, but it's I'm doing it to match the rest of my army, and of course, gosh, we've got GW Harad figs, we've got Printing Goes Ever On Harad figs, Kurzlook, Dandelion and Middle Earth, I think, certainly Diwali, and now I think some Papal 3D ones, and now we got more Kurzlook. So yeah, and minus the Oliphant, we don't even have the Oliphants there. There's gotta be at least 1,500 points of Harad already. Nice to see you there, Alfie. Stretch Pretzel, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate that. And again, Stretch, there's a ton of exciting stuff. Super, super excited about it. Again, here's again some of the other stuff that we have done here too. Like our series of AON figures, we painted this one up on stream. There was another AON basically as a shield maiden. That one was two-part or three-part? I think it was a two-part series on the Patreon page. And again, very excited for this one because this is my very next video I'm going to film. And this is going to be our, basically split it literally right down the middle. One half will be true metallic, the other half will be non-metallic. And by the time that thing is painted and such, people will literally not be able to tell which is which. Because we're going to have our reflections on there, our reflected colors, reflected light. Once all that is in place, they basically look the same. And we don't have to purchase metallic oil paints. You can quite literally just make your own. All you really need to do is linseed oil, iridescent pearl white pigment powder, and then that gets mixed into your darker, more translucent oil paints. And the next thing you know, you have yourself any color of metallic oil paint. Yes, don't sit there and buy metallic oil paint colors, because that's A, really expensive, B, they don't work all that great, as in like at all. I mean, they work a little bit, but massive cost savings. I mean, big time cost savings. That's another reason why I'm doing this stuff, right? Because all right, let's say all the Nerixon stuff, all these different Lord of the Rings guys, if you want to be able to do those videos or whatever and follow along, well, guess what? You'll also need to be part of like 24 different Patreon pages like me. But if I'm making the files myself, and those are part of the Patreon page, now you don't have to have like a whole nother set of Patreons just to be able to get the files I'm using. It never really occurred to me until I had the ability, like with the Eldritch Foundry stuff. I said, yeah, now people won't have to sit there and go, okay, that's like the 15th different Patreon or tribe or my mini factory or whatever that I now need to purchase stuff from. So that's part of the rationale for me doing these myself. Also, again, the ability to go, I need this specific thing for a specific lesson. Like the Shadow Lord thing. I wanted to have a cloak, shall we say, that was as realistically sculpted as possible, with as many undulations as possible. A lot of the things that I have, the cloak tends to be, well, it doesn't really look necessarily like folded cloth, let's put it that way. And I wanted this to 100% look like folded cloth. You can see we're starting to get some lighter edgy things going on with our golds there. Now we're going to start doing that. Let's start messing around with our coins here. Alright, here we are. Not necessarily straight up fast matte white. We gotta get a little bit of yellow in this first. So see you later, Stretch Pretzel. Happy Saturday. Now we're gonna do a whole bunch of little half and quarter circles here on all of these coins, because some genius sculpted this thing with a bazillion coins in it. I don't know who he is, but he's gonna have to answer for it. Let's get some more of this yellow here. Again, this is our really light yellow, not our lightest light though. We need some more lights up here. Let me see here. I got a suggestion. Maybe it's the same genius that sculpted me with no eyelids. Like, lady, that's kind of harsh. He's like, yep, I haven't blinked in 5 years. Might want to get that humidifier going. Boy, that weeping angel is just never gonna let that ride. Still cranky after all this time. Try to lighten up you a little more. Yeah, we got some really dark stuff. And let me grab this. Now we're talking. So yeah, those are starting to get a little more glinty, because it's not just putting a lighter color on the edge or whatever, it's also making a sharper edge. That is another form of contrast. You got, okay, value contrast, everybody thinks of that. There's color contrast, saturation contrast, there's warm versus cool contrast, There's texture contrast. Alright, so you got your shiny, smooth sword blade and maybe a little bit of texture on some cloth or hair texture where that's a texture contrast. Also, even things like our weathering powders. That is a texture contrast to our regular paint because it's so ultra matte. Because it's just dust. Then there's something called edge contrast. Now, that might be more of a 2D art sort of thing. But guess what? Okay, you want stuff to look like metal? You best have some hard edges. You want stuff to look like cloth or skin? You best have soft edges. Edge contrast. It's a thing. It is absolutely not something that gets talked about because basically it seems like all folks really talk about in these tutorials, whatever, is, well, value contrast. Again, it's one of like 7 contrasts. All those other ones, just as important as the value contrast. However, none of them get talked about. How's about a little gratuitous film noir to explain? Watch the blues, especially the blues in the throne. When we take the color away, well, all of a sudden there's way less shape there, right? And he basically blends right into the throne. And all of our coins here, you can't see the differences, you can't see the colors reflected in the coins. Bring it back. Looky there, look at that. Blue reflected light on the throne, because it's gold, because it's shiny. No reflection, no shiny, no shiny, no golds. You want the shiny, you got to have the reflection of whatever's around it, which is why we pretty much say, yeah, those sets of paint that are like non-metallic metal sets of paint, are they selling you a set of paint for a specific figure? Because, okay, let's say you've got a knight in very highly polished armor who is walking around on a grassy field. He's pretty much going to look like the Jolly Green Giant. There should be green reflected everywhere. What's not green would be the sky, so blue. Camda, it's I've been looking forward to seeing this. Well, since we first started this, right, Camden, I was really looking forward to seeing what would happen with these guys here. Could we, well, do just that, right? Make it look like a pile of coins instead of, I don't know, a pile of bottle caps or something. I don't know. And of course, again, if we had 30 hours to work on this, that would be super nifty. There is, of course, nothing that says tomorrow, next week, next month, next whatever, you take it back up again and maybe you start to add something. Maybe there's some just that you're like, you know what? Since then, I noticed I would like to add such and such. Well, of course, so lead logic, you have to consider inflation also. In a high inflation environment, all of this coin right here, well, that might just be, that might buy you like a newspaper from like 2 years ago. So Camda, what's interesting is the stuff like these treasure piles right here. They really do lend themselves to the pin line wash, followed by kind of this sort of stuff. And then, of course, again, all getting all these different, I mean, there's literally violet right here. See this one I'm pointing at? That's basically violet right there. Now, that was a little bit of a thing we didn't want, which gives me now a convenient opportunity to show maybe a little bit of glaze stuff here. I'm going to get some of the thinner over there. We got our Indian yellow. We got some of our umber. And we're just going to say, all right, fine. That's going to happen. Now let's go even darker. And there. So there's that. And now we'll just take this. And we'll say kaboom. Some lighter edges on the coins there. Okay, good enough. Whatevs. Is more, is nice. Now, what you're hoping, Lead Logic, is that, he doesn't have a swear jar that's buried in here or something like that, because that would certainly go against the regimens of Twitch. So, yeah, you would hope that all of these coins here did not come from a swear jar. Because, again, that would mean he's probably gone against the Twitch terms of service once or twice. Let me do this here. Get with some light on these coins. Of course, me working with anything that would qualify as the electronic, like, I don't know, say a computer, 5 minutes of me working with that, I would need a swear jar that's 50 times the size of this, because computers. We have a pact of mutual assured destruction. We are both trying to destroy each other. Eventually, one of us will win and destroy the other first. I'm not sure who that's going to be. It's been an ongoing attempt for many years now. Generally, you would think, well, somebody that uses computers 24 hours a day might not have an ongoing war of annihilation with computers, but that is the case. It's kind of like, was it spy versus spy or whatever? More of our lights along the edges of our coinage here. Also some lights down in there too. Actually, surface tension, oh gosh. So instead of, I'm trying to think of what the Middle Earth Telecom, let's see, METC. Yeah, so it's Middle Earth Telecom Corporation. Surface tension. We need to have yeah, we have to have some guys, putting up the telephone lines. Let's do this right here. We'll do this. So yeah, just me working in the video editor. I've actually asked the neighbors next door. I've said, so have you heard any loud sounds or guttural sound or something that sounds like a very angry animal in this house? because I didn't want them getting concerned to think that I was being attacked by, oh, I don't know, like a Kodiak bear or something like that. Now, granted, the Kodiak bear population of, the southwest side of Chicago is not as high as it used to be. Let me see this here. Not as many people go out for picnics, so there's not too many picnic baskets out there for the bears. Let me get some lights on the end of these coins. We're gonna keep adding some light over here, yeah. More lights along the edge of all these coins here. And even this is not the lightest value yet. Light as that might appear, not the lightest value. Yep, Cam. Once they passed the ordinance that you are not allowed to bring picnic baskets to public parks, that again that really affected the bear population. Now the fact that it could get run over by a bus or a train or a truck or a plane, that really is not factored in. The whole focus is on the anti-picnic basket ordinance of 1986. Well, look at this. We've almost circumnavigated the gold. We're almost all the way around here. Then I'm going to work on the blue parts of our tile. Then, because we want to bounce back around to do our lightest of the light stuff on our coinage here. But we got to let this stuff, the stuff we've just been doing here, we got to give that a chance to have it again. It's like a green stuff. May not be fully cured, but there's that point with green stuff where it's like, okay, can't really sculpt it anymore. It's sort of like rubber right now. It is not fully cured and become basically hard, but you can try and sculpt with it and nothing's going to happen. And remember, oil paint's not an evaporation process as far as the drying. It's more of a curing process, not drying. So again, the hair dryer, the only thing you could successfully do is melt the figure if it's going to be any form of resin. Even plastic, even pewter, you heat that up enough. Those swords might get a little saggy. Work in this here. More of our, again, a little bit of edges along our coins here. Come on. That's better. Oh, gee, look at this. Look at this. It's almost been 4 hours. I'll be doggone. I was looking up thinking it was, it's like 3.5 hours. Nope, that was a while ago. Again, let that mix with the greens. All right, Shadow Lord, you gotta move. Let me do this here. So again, Saturday stream could be one of a few different things. I really would like to get to our 28 mil version of our Golden King of Abrakhan here. Again, if I can get some of the other Harad stuff prepped. Otherwise, we'll do the Battlestar Galactica busts. Okay, it's pretty much a 50-50 chance on either one. Do this here again. Maybe. Fine, we'll lighten up some of these coins. Like, entirely lighten up. And maybe one back here, too. Nah, there's a couple little more edges down here I think I want to get. Yeah. Let's get these. Somehow kind of missed a few of these here. Down in here with this liner. So again, that's going to be reflecting our coin. I would like a little bit of my Indian yellow in that too. Come on, more. There we go. Now we're talking. Blending brush, where you hiding? Hey there, Fine Line, how you doing? Happy Saturday there, Fine Line. Here is hoping that everything is fabulous, super fabulous for you there. We're having ourselves a fabulous time with our brand new Golden King of Abrakhan miniature here. You know what, I'm gonna roll with this as a blending brush here. Even a little softer than what I had. Now our get rid of all this here. We need ourselves some lighter blue in our marble here. I'm going to bring up the, basically this is a reference here. You can see it there in the two corners, right on the far right hand, left hand, lower sides there. That's what we're trying to do. So Fineland, I hope that the new year treats you well. The 2026 is off to a great start at least. So now we're going to start doing some of those marble veins. Do some more of that here. Going to go in different directions, of course. Alright, orient them differently here. This is going to go this way. And then all this, that's our original primer right there. Actually, I will hit that. After we do this, I'm going to put that around the edge because I need to see. Do I need to, how much should I darken anything, or should I make something a little lighter? Again, just doing our marble veins there. This is going to be going in a different direction, like that. Sorry that work hasn't been super great there, Fine Line, but glad that the painting stuff has been. Fine Line, if you want to share some of said painting goodness there in the chat, like always, please feel like you can do that. So here's hoping that the work stuff does start to pick up here as 26 moves along. Let's go into there. think that is... Yep, we done got them all. Alright, brief little interlude here to get this thing. And you'll see, that primer looks pretty darn dark, right? Yeah, wait till we get the not blackest black on there. Not going to look so dark after that. Here, that's going to be this stuff here. This is not our blackest black. This is still, in comparison, kind of shiny compared to our actual blackest black. Which of these? Maybe this one will work here. Let me get this stuff out of here for make sure. Now, I mean, look at now that. Imagine if that was the primer. Everything on here would look too light, right? If that was the primer, that is why we don't use black primer. We don't use white primer. I tried to use something that's kind of in the middle, something that is as neutral as possible, something that is not too light, also not too dark. And right here, this would have qualified as too dark. But again, that is that's why we go with the... I mean, that is the darkest pretty much primer that I will use. That's that Ebony Flash Primer. Again, that's from Stynylrez from Badger. If you're overseas and you say, well, Stynylrez is either unobtainium or it's just too expensive, MIG Ammo one-shot primer is Stynylrez primer. They're made in the same building. I saw it myself. I was in the factory. I looked at the shelf and I went, wait a second, what are those doing there? Like, what are you talking about? I'm like, all those jars of MIG Ammo primer. It's like, well, we make that. I mean, look at that difference. Yeah, see that? I'm glad we're doing that. That makes a difference here. Yeah, for the same reason we don't use white primer, because good grief, everything next to that looks super dark. By the time you start to get some of your darker colors on there, now all of a sudden everything like, skin tone looks hyper pale. Or like atomic disaster orange or whatever. So that is done. Let me just get this baby closed here real quick and then get that all cleaned up there. And now we move on. Gonna mess around with our symbols right here. And again, you can see they got the red going around the edges of our symbols here. Plus in here. So I think now we can get to this. We've been waiting for that stuff to set also too for a little while. Let's start breaking down this red also. I'm gonna maybe chuck a little teensy bit of our violet in there just to darken down a little. See you later there, Arid. Actually, Arid, before you head out, one more time, post your Pinterest link. Everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow, because Arid at 7 p.m. Pacific time tonight, gonna be streaming again. So everybody give Arid Canwife a follow, and she'll be posting the Pinterest link. So see you later there, Lead Logic, and well, surface tension. It's another one of our line of oh, what was it? I don't have the jar here. It was it was ultra oxide. Yeah, I think that's what it was called. It kind of sounds like laundry detergent, doesn't it? Surface tension, the ultra oxide. Well, I think because there was literally a laundry detergent called Ultra. Well, no, it's still there. I guess that's why it sounds like a laundry detergent to me. Because those heavy metals really get those clothes very clean, right? That nothing restores the luster of the colors of your clothes like a little bit of heavy metals. Hey, Heavy T, how you doing? So Heavy T, all of the painting stuff has been looking super fabulous. I know you got lots of stuff you can share. Yeah, Heavy T, all the painting stuff you've been rocking for what? Geez, months and months now, right? Yeah, definitely share that, Heavy T. And again, congrats on all the fantastic minis that you are putting out there. Here we go. So there is that, and then we also need it here. Yeah, first we're doing this, and I couldn't have done this not too long ago. That would have been a little dicey. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Heavy T just shared. So great to see you there, Heavy T, and of course, well, here's hoping that 26 is at least starting out good. Hopefully, 25 ended also on a decent note there. So great to see you there, Heavy T. And it's been a bunch of different genres too, right, Heavy T? I mean, I think there's some bolt action in there too. You have some Lord of the Rings stuff in there. Some regular fantasy stuff. Lots of different things you've been working on. Oh, and of course, oh yeah, congrats on this. Sorry, Heavy T. I'm like, there was something else I was supposed to say. Yeah, sorry about that, Heavy T. There's so many people I know. Like, well, there's my niece. There's like three other friends that are also doing that. So I'm trying to keep track of who I've been able to do the congrats to there, Heavy T. So of course, congrats on that. We're doing more of our reds in there. So yeah, that's super fantastic. Well, of course, Heavy T, the family that paints together stays together, right? That's been true since the dawn of time. So plenty of painting together. Heavy T, that really is a fantastic way. Again, going between different genres and such like that. It really I've seen so many people. They eventually, no matter how much they like a genre, after a certain time, they kind of start getting maybe bored with it's not the right term, but they get a little fatigued. It starts to get a little repetitive, so that again, moving around between the different genres a really good idea. And of course, there's so many things that I've learned from different genres that I can then bring into other genres. For sure. And again, everybody check out the Insto link there that Fineline posted. Now, so as kind of an example of that, a prime example of that would be basing. When it came to do I have a? I mean, heck, even here, okay, it's on a ridiculous uh, gummy bear dude here, but all of my flock and foliage and all that kind of stuff, the level of realism there, the reason why that improved mightily was because I started doing my bolt action figures and I did the same kind of grass and flock and everything that I'd done for years, which looked just fine on fantasy miniatures. I did it on the bolt action figures and it was hideous. It was awful. And I went, what is going on here? And that's when I realized it looked really fake. So then I reverse engineered that for my fantasy type stuff, and all of a sudden that basing looked far better because of what I had. It took doing the historical figs to raise the awareness that yeah, you know that green, you're just using like one green flock on there, which again looks like Tide Pods on the base or something like that. Um, Delicious as they are, right? Surface tension, you don't necessarily want that for your basing. So I said, yeah, maybe we need to get a little more color and texture into our bases. Let me get some of this dark in here now. More up here. Oh, yeah, definitely up there. Big deal there, yes. So yeah, just the okay, and then okay, we're doing the some of the BSG stuff, doing the World War II ships. There's so much stuff that can be learned and applied to elsewhere. Yeah, surface tension. Well, how many times have you heard me say over the last month or so that I've got to start printing out more basing bits at 72 mil? Guess what? Guess what else I might have to start printing them out at surface tension? That maybe we need to start printing out some basing bits at 10 mil. Now, okay, you could say that at 10 millimeter, my 28 millimeter birch trees are giant red sequoias. So may not need to, print those at 10 mil, but some of our other stuff, like piles of skelly friends or something like that, well, maybe that needs to be printed out at 10 mil. Surface tension, if you would want to reshare your stuff in the chat there. Camda, I don't know if you've, geez, it's been a while since you shared your stuff in the chat there. Like at the very beginning, about 4 hours ago. How's about, let's do it. Let's do it. We're going to get some of our violet and some of our Van Dyke brown. So it's Van Dyke violet. Oh, that would be nice. That should be nice and dark for some of our, oh, there you go. Yep, that ain't fooling around. Also, edge contrast. See how sharp some of these edges are starting to get there? That's that strategery right there. That is 100% strategery. That's fantastic, surface tension. Also there. Also there. Let me grab you. Drag you down over there. Now, I think I have to go. Okay, back to the Van Dyke violet there. And we need that here. Also there. rid of that. So I doubt we're going to have time to prep much else. So I'm thinking this will be this is what we'll paint on our Saturday stream right here. Is going to be our very first Trench Crusade bust because reasons. I think that's what we're going to do. Because I'm already getting the sense that there's not going to be any time to prep those Harad things. So we'll save our 28mm guy for another time. Because I just realized there's a whole bunch of food stuff that I got to make during the day. So there's not going to be time to do that. Yeah, Heavy T, that is based on... Oh, here it is. This character here that I've had so much fun with, between that flat, putting it on the vehicle here. So that's one of the very first kind of Trench Crusade characters that I come up with, and it's been really fun doing that on different things. Wait a minute, wait a second. Now we're getting, okay, there we are. Alright. Alright, now we gotta try and do this side. No, we still got a couple more of these yet. Couple more of those. Alright. Look at another one there. Now, where's that? Where'd the blending brush go? Maybe we'll use a different one like this here. Actually, Heavy T. Oh, you just reminded. There's the that gigantic artillery witch figure. I gotta get that put together. Oh, geez, forgot all about that. That's right. That is that's gonna have a wee bit of source slating on it. Spoiler alert. Yeah, gonna be a little bit of source slating on that artillery witch. That might make another interesting bust, because there was some of the more essentially like the British type characters. I was thinking of doing a bust of one of those. Let me go back to my Indian yellow here first. That, and then up here we got this again. Then another thing with edges right here. I think you can see how that refines and sharpens that top edge right there. Yeah, Heavy T, that's gonna, and again, I'll probably give you all kinds of fun opportunities to try out some new different things. Again, different genres, right? They really do provide some super fun opportunities. Again, otherwise, maybe you're just not able to do if you're just only in the same genre. I mean, this week alone, okay. Arthurian flats, Battlestar Galactica ships, and now Lord of the Rings, basically a little hero on a throne right here. That's a bit of a genre change. And I think too, it also kind of helps with the notion that, well, okay, a miniature, it's just a miniature. And again, those flats, those are they're not really bad practice for folks that maybe get a little bit on the twitchy side with all the freehand stuff. Well, painting flats, not a bad idea because the freehand design is kind of there for you, and it's a way for you to kind of practice that. One second. There we go. There you go, heavy T. Now, heavy T, it's when you can really have a nice creative explosion there. It does kind of, it branches out into other things. No doubt about it. Let me let me try this here. So we're gonna get this lighter. Let's break this down. I think we've gotten kind of the lightest lights in the magenta up here. Unless maybe there's a little something more. Gee whiz, what the heck is going on? Well, that paint's been sitting there a little while. We gotta kind of break that down some more. I think we're good to go now. Carry that up and over that way. Now here, this definitely must have hit it with my fingers something, so we're gonna rework you back into shape over here. Again, it doesn't have to take much. Like so. Well, see you later, surface tension. Happy Saturday and best of luck there on everything. So yeah, I believe we'll just paint up that Trench Crusade bust. That might be the first bust I've ever done that could have weathering powders on it. I'm fairly certain the amount of busts I've done that have weathering powders on them, I can't imagine it's terribly high. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but yeah, I don't think there's been many busts where I put weathering powders on them. First time for everything, right, Heavy T? And sometimes it could be a little bit on the nerve-wracking side. It might, maybe you're not like the most comfortable with this thing, that thing, whatever, but again, giving it a try. Now let's see that, and that's just, is that just for the total for 2 day, or let's see, so 70 mil. Well, let me see. This is an 80 mil base, so potentially that much right there. So that'd be 1, 2, 3-ish, potentially like sounds like 1.5 to 3 inches, 2.5, 2 3/4 inches of rain. Yeah, actually, recoil, we had something like that just the other day in January of all things. Now, of course, recoil, I'm pretty sure that's not breaking the 40 degrees, right? It's still 40 something degrees there, or is at least breaking that. Because, I mean, if anything, right, recoil, you should at least get a break on the heat. Yep, Kyron, that is something that, again, unless something goes like horribly wrong or something like that, or in those cases where the internet just says, or Twitch says, you don't get the stream anymore, we basically go all the way to the finish line. Start something on stream, finish it on stream. That is the law of the land here in Wampoville, Kyron. That is the law of the land. You start something on that stream, you finish that puppy off. Again, unless there's something really weird, and there have been times, again, where the internet company just said, no, no internet for you. In which case, it's like, well, okay. then we conclude a little bit earlier. Well, let's see. We are about 4.5 hours in, and like we said earlier, you can of course work for 4.5 hours more. You could work for 14.5 hours more. But at least at this point, you can say, well, the framework is there. Everything else would just be further refinements. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the YouTube links. Again, YouTube channel there. You got your Linseed Fellowship. Actually, I think it was yesterday. Was it one of the ships? It was either one of the BFG ships or one of the sessions with our Lord of the Rings themed gummies. One of those went up on the YouTube channel on the 16th. So 18 degrees Celsius, maybe about 68 or something there, recoil. Because 20 degrees Celsius, that's around 70 there, 71. Let me see, 40 kilometer per hour wind, so maybe 20-ish, 22, maybe 26 mile an hour winds tops. It's going to be a little bit different here at the lakefront recoil. You're looking at probably about a minus 15 with maybe 50 kilometer per hour winds. So wind chills in Celsius, probably about minus 20 to minus 30. And of course, it will be worse and much more raw at the lakefront. Now, I don't think there will be snow, but it's going to be a bit frosty. Now, one of the things that's been revealed is that the new Bears coach, he's been making them do practice with no heaters. And they were not terribly enthused about that until they started playing in some really cold games. And they've now said it's made a big advantage, big difference over other teams. Yeah, you've seen it in college football. Again, the difference of teams that are not used to playing in cold weather, they go to cold weather cities. Now it's not like cold weather teams go down to 90% humidity and 90 degrees and thrive. But it's way easier to brace for impact for warm than it is when, okay, if you hit somebody hard enough, your helmet's going to shatter because it's that cold. Which just happened last year in the playoffs. Again, that was that game in Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes gets up. It's like, what happened to his helmet? They thought maybe one of the decals had come off. No, that was the helmet shattered. Which you say, okay, just get a different helmet. Well, yeah, his helmet has a headset inside. Which means that the quarterback on the other team can't use his helmet. So now, suddenly, like both teams now, their quarterbacks do not have headsets in their helmets, means they're not communicating with the coach. Now, I'm sure every team has contingency plans to get the play in, no matter what. But if it's a situation at the end of the game where time is counting down and that play clock is also running down, and you're fooling around looking for signs, I was really glad Cam did it because, obviously for me, this is an endeavor I've been at for a while. I also hope too that maybe this was a productive, even if it's just this, forget everything else. Even if people see this, it's such a dramatic example of the reflected color in the golds or whatever. I think this is something we're going to have to keep around, Camda, as one of those film noir examples. Geez, Camda, this might have been a little was Schmandoff, but Schmandoff was probably before your time. This was the original, uh, whatchamacallit, film noir figure right here. This is Gandalf's much bigger and tougher older brother right here. So yeah, that's Schmandoff there, and that was our original film noir uh, example type piece. Trying to sneak. Now wait a minute. Let's do this. There we go. Yeah, that makes a little more sense. Let's do this. Now that's kind of interesting. No, let's not fool around with that too much. I don't want to lighten that up too much. Even here with him leaning over that. Ooh, the ring. D-ring. We'll do this. Maybe some of this. What do we got going on here? We got that. We got that. And now I shall put that over there. Take this. Again, we're going to have to break that down a little bit. That's been sitting there. Well, it's been sitting there for 4 hours and actually almost 5 hours because, I mean, literally, it was quite the scramble. I mean, I flew into the door, not into the door, but flew through the door and immediately came in here and just started trying to, get paint out on the palette. Try to start doing my graphics and stuff. It was quite the surge of activity. Let's put it that way. Because again, I thought I was going to be getting back here hours ago. And actually, and also too, the people that I went with, they left way earlier to go over there. So yeah, I lost several hours that I didn't think I was going to. However, Boy Scout motto says be prepared. Actually, it was there was a whole bunch of Boy Scouts there because the son of the mom there that he's been in Boy Scouts, and I don't think he hasn't made his Eagle Scout yet, but there was definitely other Eagle Scouts there. Well, me included. What am I talking about? Yeah, last time I saw that many folks in uniform there was, gosh, years ago at Dave and Tina's kids' Eagle Scout ceremony. And yes, that Boy Scout, I can still wear it. Now, I don't even know where I think the pants part of the uniform is just long gone, but I can still wear the Boy Scout uniform shirt. Now, the sleeves, let's put it this way, um, they'll be fine in a flood because they're real short, but everything else is fine. Well, maybe a little tight in the shoulders, I guess. But yes, I can still wear that Boy Scout uniform shirt. I don't know what that signifies, but it is wearable. Now, I would imagine there are some people of an older age that maybe Well, that uniform gets snug in a few places, right, Camda? Can't imagine where. Let me get a little more light here. And again, we want that green to stick around over there. Take you, and we're gonna get some of this here. Better. Nope, that ain't gonna be a good blendy brush. Maybe this one. Yep, that's better. Where are we at with this here? Nope, now we're up here. And now we're over here. And now, reflection, coins, here. You get that. I've come down here, done some lighter stuff, then said, all right, gotta leave this alone. Do something else for a while. Come back to this spot. Do something else for a while. Come back to this spot. Okay, that. No, oh, this is the one. There we go. Like, I just had me that brush in my hand. How's about? Well, we do have a little bit of our fast matte white left. More light down in there again. Ooh, too much, too much, too much. No probs. There you go. All better now. That's too light. We'll take some of you away. Like we do. Also, how's a little lighter something there? Indian yellow, some of this here maybe? Okay, yeah, you know, I'm down with that. Come on, liner there. Can we push this down here a little more? We can. Let me bring up Mr. Reference again. So again, that was the original. Oh, okay. That's I'm gonna try it here. Let me try to backtrack a little here because I think we can do this like that. And then we'll leave it. We'll leave it at that now. Now I think we can get into you and do a little something on there. Now let's go back. Do we have any of our? That's not really fast matte white, but it's gonna have to just be close enough. Come on. A little more. Okay, that's gonna have to do it there. Right there on his arm. Kind of looking to maybe clean up some of these, well, at least in the most high visibility areas here. Oh, here, let's fix up this one too.
So say we all.
We'll do that. And we'll also say thank you so much, Candlewick. Appreciate that. So say we all. So Candlewick, thank you so much for the sub. That is a massive help, as always. And a cheers right there for Candlewick. Thank you so much. Again, a little bit of our zero sugar energy drink right there. Our our new medicine, such as it is. Discovered that by accident weeks ago, and it's like I mean, it's kind of nice. Also nice that it has zero sugar in there for obvious reasons. So thank you so much, Candlewick. Appreciate that. Oh, good grief. We got to get something in here. We got a bunch of the dark in there. We got some, say, middle tone, but now we're trying to put lighter middle tone in there. This also has a little, okay, not maybe that much of a reddish tone. It's almost a bit like our skin tone right there. Oh, here's another spot. Yep, couple more spots. So again, see what that does is not just reflected light, that is also a different color in there. I'm gonna make, yeah, see, okay, where's our radiant green? Sitting over here. Some of that is going to get, maybe even in some of the coins, say on the base. Yeah, we might do that too. Alright, so you need to go there. And you can, I think you can see, yeah, you can see there's that green there now. So it's not just like, oh, well, we put a slightly lighter edge on that. No, now there's green there. We were just putting this kind of like dirty reddish skin tone on there. Now we're putting this sort of seafoam green color right in there. So all these different colors here. If you were to do like one of those weird app things or something that like analyzes the colors that's on the fig, and it would probably look at this and go, wow, yeah, there's like 26% of this at most is like yellow. Everything else is different weird colors, violets and oranges and grays and whatever. Like right here, look at this. Look at what we're doing. Yep, you can see it. There's that green going there. Why? Because maybe it's picking up some of them. Maybe it's picking up something from outside the scene. Kind of like our magical off-camera light sources. We love those. And again, I'm really excited to see what those busts, how they printed out. They're only, again, about maybe this size. It's funny, I printed out so many of those stupid like 8-inch tall busts recoil. These seem tiny. This used to be giant. When I first printed out busts like this, I'm like, good God, that's like gigantic. That's gargantuan. Now I look at it, it's like, it's like, is that just a 28 millimeter on a plinth? Uh, yeah, everything is relative, right, Camda? Good grief. Green. Look at, we got an orangey. We got this green over here. You know, because colors. We do colors. Also words. Say recoil. I'm not kidding. I've gotten so conditioned that, oh, it's a bust. It should be printed out. Where's our Cylon dude here? Yeah. I've gotten so used to this monstrosity here that the other ones seem tiny. It's like, no, that's not really how that goes. Actually, now, hey, Camden, why don't you share that? Why don't you share the Venom bust? Geez, Camden, you probably haven't shared anything like literally since the start of the stream, which, well, now it's almost a 5-hour stream. Yeah, why don't you share some of that stuff there? Come on. All right. Also, come on, get in there. I want me some of this green. This is there's no white in this green. This well, there's probably some white pigment in the color itself, but I have not put any white in there. Ooh, I'm gonna do this. That green again. Everybody, check out that link that Camda just shared there. Also, give Camda a follow. Camda paints with the oils, and it's always very valuable to see other folks working with the oils because again they're going to have a different experience with the oils, right? Because I mean there's no doubt about it. Me having spent many years doing 2D art with the oils means I'm going to see those differently than somebody that maybe has only that for their whole time using oils it's been either scale models, miniatures, or bus or whatever. So if that's valuable knowledge to have, valuable info to hear from folks that maybe are brand new to it because that they're gonna have be able to maybe translate some of those things like, okay, I've never done this before, I don't even know what's going on as far as maybe like something that's not going the way you want. When you've never done it before, how do you even phrase the question? But again, if it's somebody that is also kind of more recent, starting that, it could be way easier for you to describe. It's like, okay, there's this weird thing going on. Don't know what it is. That needed to happen for whatever reason. I did that. I'm gonna do more over here. Speaking of which, let me get this. So check out that link that Camda just posted. Now, also too, you know, the person streaming the oils might be from a part of the world near you. Therefore, they can say, well, guess what? These are the brands that are available where we live. So maybe look for these instead of doing a wild goose chase on that other stuff. So again, there's much value in watching as many different folks with the oils as you can, like in Ganes. He's always joining us here in the chat. You gotta definitely join in Ganes on stream too. I see that. Okay, we got this lighter stuff in here, but there was another weird funky edge. Well, let me hit that. Then there's some in here, a little bit on that edge, and then some down here. For whatever reason, we did not get some stuff in there. Now I will do smaller brush for blending. We'll try you. That'll be better. We'll do some stuff in there, also up here. I wonder, can I do this without having to generate some more fast matte weight out on the? I think so. Yeah, that'll work. That's good enough. Good enough. Good enough. Tighten up that edge a bit. Now, here, let me go back to my dark, which we got sitting over here. Bring that over here. Do the thing. Now, this, that would be too dark. How about this? Just about what I'm looking for. So we just did that. I'll take you. We're going to do our little Morse code tap, tap, tap deal right there. Pull that along. Here, the same. Like this. Bam. Easy. Also peasy and some lemon squeezy. One of these two sides got to get darker. I'm going to actually, whoops, okay. I was going to get chromium oxide green. I ended up with enchantrine blue. Unexpected. It's like, wow, that chromium oxide green, apparently that's got a broader range of color possibilities than I thought, because suddenly it became enchantrine blue. It went from a Series 1 to a Series 3. Fine, be that way. I too wish I could translate many of my other Series 1s into Series 3 with just a touch of the palette. That would be nice. That would save some money. I could get me more resin that way. Now for some of these coins here to really set them in the background there. Now we're going to try to go strong with some darks, as in like darkest darks here on our coins, because the darkest dark we have in here is, well, going back to our little value scale, 6-ish. Now we're trying to go 8 or 9 on some of our values. Like here again, there's no real dark there. There's dark middle tone. We're not doing it everywhere. Not every single one, just a few. A few select ones. That's a critical thing. Because if we just start outlining every single coin, it will just look like a whole bunch of poker chips that are just laying there. Entertaining as it would be to see, the Golden Gambler of Abrakhan. No, this is not the Gambler of Abrakhan. This is the Golden King of Abrakhan. Let me do this. Although methinks there will be plenty of people that are going to maybe have a little less cash after placing lots of wagers on the outcomes of games these next 4 days. I cannot confirm that, but I would imagine there might be some folks doing some ill-advised parlays. I think we'll keep the dark there. Oh. Where's that enchantrine blue that I need? I need that right there. Do I need to bring some light all the way up in it? I don't think so, but here. I'm going to do that, and now I would like to switch to this. Back to our magenta. Let me start thinning this down a little. You, this edge there. Now we'll go back to our magenta. No. We need some violet too. Let me try this here. Nope. Oh, that might just do it. I think we got it there. Yeah, alright. And now some of that back here. Guess what we're going to do? I'm going to take you. That's what I did. I literally did like a little bit of a highlight on our blue and the magenta. So that reflected on said gold. We shall do that here also. Again, all of that magenta reflects onto the gold. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. Give Camda a follow. And again, it's very valuable to have Again, see lots of different folks working with the oil paints, doing different things. Even if it's they're working on maybe a different type of genre or something, maybe something closer to what you're doing. This is our kind of greenish gray on again in that cheek area there. I might just make that more like almost like a skin color there. Yeah, Camda, it's so it your stream doesn't look like it's speed ramped. Then I guess is that the takeaway there? Does it look like one of the like this stream looks like 5 hours of a speed ramp TikTok vid or something? Because things might be going at a somewhat accelerated pace. Now this is getting some of that red. Like to get a little of that around his snooze here. Yeah. What the heck? Where'd that come from? You're gonna go away then. Blending brush somewhere here. We'll just try you perhaps. Speaking of which, we got more coins. More coins. Down here. Try to get a little bit of light on the edge of these here. Back to my brown there, and let me see what we can arrange here for our tiles, our fabulous marble tiles there. Again, this is the Omni channel. We cover all things home repair. That includes tile advice, of course. Oh, here's a whole nother area where this would be helpful as far as our mega dark here on these coins. That's to bring out some of these guys. Let me hit more of these up here. Yeah, well, okay, we did the other side. I'm like, weren't we just doing this? No, we did the other side. Big difference. And again, you can see we're kind of like going 1 out of every 3, maybe 1 out of every 5. Not every single one. And again, if you select edges, what that does is it kind of brings out that little bit of bright. Ooh, speaking of that, might be the last thing I do. I get a tiny bit of our fast matte white back out here, and then now that we did this stuff, because we never did do the like basically little bits of white on the edges of some of the coins. We shall do that. Once we have concluded the darkening here, we're going to go to the lightening. We'll do that. And here. Ah, more over here. And we're going to bring in this. So you can see how it's distinct, right? It kind of skips a line or two or three or four or five, and then just boom, pops up somewhere else. All right, fast mat wait time, and again you can see. Well, you know what? While I got this dark, what timeout? Timeout. I'm gonna actually change that a little bit to that. Which means this shall change slightly, like that. I'm gonna roll with that. Okay, finally, now we'll get back to this here, right there. All right, last little bit, and this is on the coins here, going as strong as we can with the white, strong as we can. More, yes. Thin it down, and away we go. Much like the dark brown that we did, we're just gonna again choose one every little bit, every here and there, like there, and then all the way over here, and then all the way down here. Not one after the other. We are as random as possible. Just like, and then there's some of these where it's like, okay, there's no edge on that at all. Maybe that is the place to go after it with this much lighter stuff. So again, all of our little coins there. No, actually, Cam, remember the one Zygomore? The lightest color we used was Naples yellow, which we're sitting right next to here. So yeah, that was one of the whole Zygomores there. There was nothing lighter than Naples yellow, which again, it's a light, but nowhere near a white. Certainly not the fast matte white. So actually, Cam, that might be it might actually be more dynamism, believe it or not. It might actually be creating more dynamism there. We gotta do that. Also here. Oh yeah, this whole. I'm glad I almost forgot about this part here, Cam. That would have been. That would not have been a bueno right there, to forget about this. Especially right over here, right next to our. Because that all of a sudden, well, look at that, it gets way darker now by doing this. We still don't lose all the blue and the grays and the greens and the violets, all that stuff we put in there. We're not wiping that out. We're kind of enhancing it a smidge, or maybe more than a smidge. No, 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 no. Too much. Too much. See, like that little coin right there? Bam, look at that. Boy, that really does help that. Perhaps maybe also coins in high visibility areas. Maybe, again, those are the ones you drop a light on like this. More of our light there. Also here. Yeah, cam to no, it hasn't always been like that whole, oh, look, it's hour 3. I can put the weight out there. I just kind of thought for other folks, if that sort of became a ritual for them, that it would be a way to, in a maybe not super conscious way, to just kind of use something else besides the weight. If it's not even on the pallet for 3 hours, let's okay, let's say it's a 5 hour stream, and for 3/5 of the stream there is no white out there. Well, not this brightest white. Maybe then people they'll be prompted to use other stuff, and then be less reliant on it. And then when they do get it out there, then all of a sudden it becomes, shall we say, like a more valuable tool, rather than it's like, well, we're just from the get-go, we're just piling the latest white on there that we can. Now again, for me, this is not necessarily. It's weird. It's in some ways the stream stuff is closer to how I might more regularly paint. And in the videos, I try to say this as often as I can. Sometimes there, I might do something not quite in the order I would normally do it, just because I'm trying to make it like separate things into those different chapters. Because if it's just kind of all over the place, it could be really hard for you to kind of go back and go, okay, there's that one thing I wanted to find. Good grief, it's really hard to find in that video because I look at the title of that chapter, and yet what I'm looking for is not in there because it just happened to be somewhere else. Yeah, I think it could use a little bit of that light. Now here, where's our... That was getting a little verschmizzed right there. We de-verschmizzed it. Touch of our light there. What have we got going on here? Touch more like so. Now, I mean, there's a bazillion different colors in these coins right here. You can't let the schmizzle get in there. Cams, again, we gotta be like the cool kids. We gotta have our own lingo. Yep, don't let the schmizzle set in. Not every fellowship can be as cool as this one. How's about we welcome back Sure Misfire to our domain. How you doing there, Sure Misfire? Great to see you again. Thank you so much for the raid. And it's Mihal. How you doing there, Mihali? Great to see you. And again, Sure Misfire, like always, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. So we've been working on this piece. This is one of my own miniatures right here. It's the Golden King of Abrakhan, and he is with my Harad army. So you can see that symbol right there, and look at this freehand also on his his clothes there. There is the original artwork right there. So that is something I created. Obviously, I had to make some changes to make it printable at various sizes. No cane for him, and the biggest thing is some of the treasure items. It's just coins now. Go back to our scene, so you can see now it's just coins on the floor. We don't have the little treasure in there because, well, that might not have printed so well at 28 mil. So again, this is a character I made for myself for my own Harad army here. So thank you so much, Shore Misfire. Again, we've been using the oil paints. Now, our last stream was a little something different. We had painted the first of our Arthurian theme flats. So we got Merlin here, Lady of Shallots right there. So very tasty onions right there. We also have been working on our Battlestar Galactica busts here. So these have been very fun making these. And the other last week we painted the first of our Battlestar Galactica themed flats. So thank you so much, Misfire. On our stream, well, later today, we're going to paint the first of our Trench Crusade busts. And this is one of my favorite characters that I was able to create here. Really enjoyed this. So yes, we're going to be painting this right here. Now that'll be our Saturday stream. And oh, thanks me, Holly. Appreciate that. Yeah, we've done this on so many different Harad characters. I've painted dozens and dozens of different Harad characters, and they all have this symbol, which kind of it carries through all of our different all of our different armies. So what you gonna do with all that coin there? He's like, well, I was thinking maybe I would buy up all the pipeweed like everywhere. He's like, what you plan to do with all the pipeweed? He's like, oh, I don't know. Like sell it at exorbitantly high prices to people like you. I'm really not in favor of this plan. Let's see what happens for Mihaly on the big Gan of 6. I think we had a 5 already. Oh, that was almost. It was sitting on top of my light at a 6 and then it rolled down to a 5. But still a good roll for Mihaly. Thank you so much for the follow. You can see on some of my other armies here. So let me see. Here is our Easterling army. You can kind of see that same symbol floating around there, and even oh, that's the one. There it is. So you can see again a similar kind of a thing using that Eye of Sauron there, and even on our terrain, right? And where's my? I'm looking for my Candace. There we go. You can see again that Eye of Sauron worked into, because this is my, we call it the We Three Kings army. So again, you can see that worked into the freehand designs of our own, also to our black ships of Umbar. Oh, wait a minute here. Let me get back to this one. So where's my scene? Here's some of our Christmas ornaments that we did, and one of our very first ones was a very Merry Corsair Christmas. And guess what? Eye of Sauron mixed into the motif right there. Again, bringing joy to all the little good children of Umbar, not so much to everybody else. Actually, Misfire, I have to do the same thing. It's it's gonna be asparagus again. Recoil. Yeah, I got me a new batch of asparagus, and that is what's going to be for Din Din's. It's going to be a 6 a.m. supper, because that's a totally normal supper time, right? Recoil? Yeah, 6 a.m. What could be possibly wrong with that? Let's do our darker stuff right here. So thanks, Misfire, and again, have yourself some fabulous chow. Let's see. We almost forgot about this over here. Poof. Ah, there we go. Now the whole story of this So this gemstone here, it's the Eye of Gold, and essentially whoever has this big old gemstone, well, obviously it goes into the Golden Throne, the Throne of Flame, and they basically have the favor of Sauron, so essentially endless riches, which you can do stuff with, like I guess buy up all the pipeweed in Middle Earth. Ah, thanks, Camda. Oh, that that sounds good there, Recoil. So Recoil, yeah, I guess we'll have to. Geez, we'll have to get up, I guess, early again to try and do the get that chicken there, get that birdie in the oven. Now, of course, folks around here are hoping for a nice little roast leg of lamb as the Bears play the Rams. Actually, believe it or not, so get this, Recoil. The last time the Bears and the Rams played in the playoffs was the NFC Championship game 40 years ago. And that was here, of all things. Let me do this here. And it's kind of funny, Camden, because normally, wouldn't you say that shapes like this might give people a spot of bother when it comes to trying to do their. Let me see if we get something here that's got a little. That's not the biggest sword ever. But I mean, this is what people are used to doing the non-metallic gun, right? Not necessarily a funky shape like this right here. Actually, where's our Highland miniatures guys? I think he might have gone in here. Well, actually, here, let's bring out our other example of our gold that we brought out earlier. So we got Sneaky Snake here. And ironic, when bringing this out, because the Indanthren blue, that's the same blue on the tiles and on his clothes. That's on the Sneaky Snake here, which also led to that being reflected here. So you got the greens there. That would be the blue, reflects on the gold, turns green. Green-ish. There, look at that. We got blue right there. Ooh, geez, Camden. Here's something we ain't done in a while. Film noir time. So kind of keep a close eye on this stuff here. Also got some of these reds there, but especially this stuff. Watch what happens when we do a film noir. All of a sudden, yeah, I mean, there's shading there, but now it just looks like it's a wooden, that could just be a carved wooden throne. Ooh. Speaking of wooden thrones, let me see if is there any way we can orient this. So again, you can kind of see, right? That this looks now like a carved wooden throne. Well, when we get the color back here, like you do, well, looky there. Now that's starting to look like a reflective metal throne, and well, no reflections there. No reflections, so not metal, becomes more like wood. Oh, sorry about that, Camden. Hey there, Lord Dave. Great to see you. So yeah, that's so Camden there brought in the film noir, which also conjured up Lord Dave. So yeah, Lord Dave, who knew that we could conjure you up with film noir? Now, so Lord Dave, hopefully the painting goes well. Lord Dave, here's another one of those. I think you saw me showing this, the unpainted version of that. And here's another one. So this is another version of that. This one actually has the freehand in there. So we got two different versions. Now this is the one we're going to do the lesson on, right? With mass amounts of freehand there. Oh, and we also got this. Yeah. So now we have our before and after Shadow Lord. So that's the Shadow Lord is a king of men, right? Then he gets the ring, and eventually he becomes the Shadow Lord. So there is our little side by side before and after Shadow Lord. This is it's pretty wild recoil to be able to do that. So yes, all it takes is film noir, and we conjure up Lord Dave. And of course, Lord Dave, if you want to share some of the stuffs in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Whoops, wait a minute, let me get rid of that. Stuffs there. Stuffs there. Actually, recoil, given our talking about the 10mm stuff, I was realizing, what if I was to print out our Lord of the Rings ships, or make a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings ships, but basically make them. Well, this is the only Armada ship that I've got here. Where did that thing go? Oh, geez, now it's hiding over here. So maybe at this Armada scale, maybe we do some Lord of the Rings ships. We'll see if we can make that work. Again, I'm not so sure it would work, but we'll find out. All we can do is try, right? Recoil, maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, maybe even if it fails, we learn something in the attempt. Ooh, what did I just see here? I'm seeing a dread lack of reflectivity here. Wait a second. Okay, if it's right next to that gold, how is that not bouncing around? Okay, look at this. So, plinth here, metal, it's reflecting this. We got to do the same deal over here, right? The stuff is, one thing bouncing up against the other. Lord Dave, I will be hopefully sending you pictures of those Sauron busts and the mouth of Sauron busts they're still sitting on the stupid printer. But man, I am really excited about those, because much like this guy right here, their original characters. Well, I mean, they're not original characters, but they're original sculpts that don't exist anywhere, because nowhere is there a miniature or bust of Sauron holding the one true ring over his head in victory. So that don't exist. And I would guess there's probably a Mouth of Sauron bust somewhere, but I don't know where. So how's about this, Camda? And also, how's about that? And then after those, how's about this? I mean, it's super complicated, right, Camda? It's so difficult. I mean, look at how difficult this is going to be. I mean, how can we even manage this after a 5.5 hour stream? Right? I mean, yeah, all this time, Camda. Never noticed that. It's like, oh, well, good thing I noticed it now. So yeah, Lord Dave. Oh gosh, was it Micronauts, Lord Dave? I think I might have asked you if you ever painted the Micronauts. I only ever got a chance to paint a few of those. That was the sailing ship. So they were, and of course they were metal. Yeah, of course they were metal. But they were, well, obviously being sailing ships, they weren't going to be terribly large. Because even your, 100-gun ships of the line were 320, Lord Dave, maybe 350 as far as how long they were. Maybe at that, maybe that much. Okay, now here's a tricksy thing. Now this again, the shape of this can create a little bit of mischief. as far as, okay, where in the world does the light hit? Where does the light end? Where does the shadow come up? Yeah, that has been really working. That's been working out fantastic, Lord Dave. And again, you want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. And yes, thinking about food, right? Recoil. Yeah, let's put it this way. Just like, okay, a couple of asparagus sprigs never got the stomach growling quite so much. Because again, like today, there was a bizarre thing of, all right, let's see, we have a bowl of cereal at 1-ish. Then no more food at all till about 9-ish, which was great at the time, but that food at 9-ish, well, let's put it this way, that ain't holding its own anymore. Now, of course, Camda, much like people say, you'd scratch sculpted those engines of the gods just so you could put spacescapes on them. I cannot confirm nor deny that I want to make 10 mm Lord of the Rings themed ships just to do more water effects on them. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. Well, oh, look at this Sea Dragon. It's 539 for us. So yeah, Sea Dragon again. It's been a weird day. It's been a strange week. Definitely has not taken the course that it was supposed to, for sure. Again, some unexpected situations as far as some friends go, and was definitely needed to kind of lend a little bit of a coaching hand there, amongst other things. Dark, 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 dark. It is. Oh, and wasn't thinking about using that ribbon. I'm gonna use that right there. So, okay, that's another little angle here. Much like we did this in here, right? I'm like, yeah, you know what? We better do this over here. So Sea Dragon, let's see. We didn't have too much snow here. It was like 3/4 of an inch, if that, and then it sort of kind of just melted away a little bit. Well, it certainly melted away on my sidewalk because I had a 1/2 inch of salt on there. Everybody check out the Facebook link there of Lord Dave for Snazzola miniatures there. Come on. Also, there. Ooh. Now we're talking. What about the see? We already have a lot of our dark over there. How evs? How evs? Ooh, okay. This. Wait. I'm gonna do that for emphasis. Pardon the interruption. Gonna grab me our florange there. Let's try some florange. Okay. That was a little more florange than I needed, but hey. How's about a little. Whoops. Okay. Indian yellow, not Indian umber. Which would be an inch. Actually, that's a very nice amber color, Indian umber. Also kind of translucent. Come on, get yourself down in there. Now we're talking. A little too much brushstroke activity there. Take you over there. Now since we got our fast matte and white out here, we're gonna do this. Does it? Well, that better be thicker because what we just put on there was super thin, showing up. There you go. Also there. Also here. Also up here. So Sea Dragon, I believe, as I've been thinking about it, we're gonna do this. This will be our topic of discussion and painting later today. And of course, Sea Dragon, here's hoping that well, Friday was not too bad for you, and here's hoping that Saturday is even better. Wow, look at this fluoro, man. That, oh, I'm gonna use that. Well, fine. If that's how you're gonna be, I'm gonna use you right over here. I mean, we have this dingy grayish green. Now we got fluorescent orange over here, cause we don't have enough color variety already, right, Camden? Why not some more? Come on, give me a twitch of this over here, and twitch over there. Also here. Yep. Mm-hmm. We needed that. We needed that. Yes, that's actually what was it? Oh yeah, the that's right. Oh yeah, that's right. If you have enough chocolate covered raisins combined with mini wheats and maybe some chili, the throne of fire does not need the eye of gold to activate. It is just the throne of fire. The throne of flame. That's yes. Let me do some of our. Gonna get some more of that orange down on our coins here while I'm thinking about it. Also there. Can that orange right in there. Can we squeeze in a little bit of this right here? Normally, would try to give that a little more time to set, but time's a wasting. Well, we're we're getting closer to 6 hours on the stream here. Shall we do a little more there? Okay, that's I can see some of the paint underneath there. Let's put it this way. The deck planks are starting to move there a little bit, so maybe we'll just relax on that. Touch over there, and now some of our orange. Again, this is our florange. That'll be that's our new thing, florange. Ooh, man, wow, that really pops in there, man. Bit more of our orange down here, and maybe get a few of these closer to our fabulous marble. Actually, I see here we have to do a little defer-schmizzling there. We got too much shizzle. We got too much shizzle down here. We got to get rid of some of that. We will de-schmizzle that. Let's get rid of that schmizzle. All right. Which means some of this. Nah, no, 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 no. Let's do this instead. Now that we, it's like, okay, that's a really weird tile design right there. Being straight makes a little more sense. Also, there. Yeah, it's like that was kind of a wavy line. Like I'm not sure what kind of tile that is. I haven't seen that at the Home Depot or Lowe's or whatever, Menards. And I know that certain, you know, places are, more regional. Not sure how many Menards there are around the country. I would imagine that Home Depots maybe are a little bit further afield, say, than Menards. But Menards are kind of wild because they're like also grocery stores. Well, let's put it this way, there's more groceries in the Menards than there is in my grocery store by like a factor of two. Again, as I've mentioned, the cereal aisle in my store is like 5 boxes of Cheerios. That's the cereal aisle. I mean, I mean it's a little bit more expansive than that, but in comparison, I just remember I think it was maybe it wasn't getting ready for Adepticon. Maybe it was Gen Con or something. And we either at a Walmart or one of those kind of places, maybe a Walmart. I don't know, some kind of a big old store, maybe a Target or something. And there were two cereal aisles. And by two cereal aisles, I mean each one was a half a mile long. There was 8,000 brands of Cheerios or types of Cheerios there. I'm like, I've never heard of 20 of these. I'm like, what in the world Cheerios are these? And what planet did they come from? Yes, the ketchup aisle. I'm like, there's like a bottle of ketchup laying on the floor in my store, and here there was 800 rows worth of just ketchup. Oh, we do this. Also, a little bit more of that over here. What can I say? There is it's all neighborhood stuff around here. They had to get used to this. He's like, okay, where's the McDonald's and the Pizza Hut and all those other things? I'm like, what are those? You must mean Gennardo's or Andrisi's or Parisi's or Vince's. We have those. And you best wave to old man Gennardo when you walk by, because when you walk in there, he will say, well, what? Wave to me no more? What am I then? Let's lighten up this a little bit more here. A little more down there. Now we need a lighter red, not pinkish red, so get some yellow in there. I've been waiting to do that for a while. Now that looks like it's got some light on it. Wasn't looking like that before. Okay, more thinner might just do it. Let me see some here. Lord Dave breakfast. Who eats breakfast at good Lord Dave? It's 6 o'clock in the morning. Who is eating breakfast? This is supper time. This is a civilized place over here. We eat supper at the normal time at 6 a.m. Lord Dave. Well, Lord Dave, something that goes good with asparagus. Yeah, Cheerios and asparagus, breakfast of champions, right, Lord Dave? Let's put it this way: the asparagus provides the scent later on, and then the Cheerios provides the food coloring. See, it's supper time in the civilized world, right? Recoil. Uh, do I want to go to? No, no, no. His. Oh yeah, here we go. Yeah. One momento here. I gotta get me some light stuff here. See you later there, Camda. Now, so Lord Dave, all kidding aside, what is on the menu? Is it hobbits? Because they don't need those legs, Lord Dave. I guess bacon goes good with hobbits too. They probably just taste like chicken anyway. Let's do a little bit of our red maybe on the back. Yeah, a little touch of that. Not too much. We don't want to take out all the grayish green that's there. So see you later there, Camda. Also, too, I have heard that hobbits also stay crunchy in milk. So let's get the lighter stuff on his knuckles there. We should lighten this up here on the back. Oh, jeez, yeah. Good grief. It's almost like over here we're like, wow, we've been doing reflected light everywhere except here. There's like an anti-reflective light shield there or something. Definitely back on the menu, right, Lord Dave? Meat is back on the menu. Also, some dark for his mustachio. Yeah, it's hilarious that I totally forgot we had this guy here. But again, I got a bunch of other Kurzla Karad figs. We will paint him up when we're doing those. And again, I think we've definitely carried our design through onto, again, the Golden King of Abrakhan. Again, now that it is genuinely 6 a.m. in the morning here, I think actually Lecter's Kitchen is streaming right now. I don't think I've had a chance to raid Lecter's Kitchen in quite some time. Again, in a matter of hours, so let's see if it's 6 a.m., 12, so in about 16 hours or less, we'll be streaming this right here. First of our Trench Crusade busts. So I do want to say thanks for all the bits, all the subs, the follows, the cheers, the raids, because we had all those things. I want to say thanks to everybody for hanging out. Thanks to Armored Wolf for all the moderations, because Armored Wolf has spent the whole 6 hours fooling around with this at literally the very last second. So, and of course, Lord Dave, I'll shoot you again. I'll shoot you some pictures of those. Same thing there, Recoil. Try to get you pictures of those new busts. I'll be taking them off the bill plate after chow time here. Thank you so much, Margaret. Thank you so much, and hopefully we see you later today. I'm gonna get Mr. Raid Countdown underway so that can happen. And again, here one quick little thing here. Well, this was the original kind of character slash artwork that I made. We did make some changes, right, color wise and such, on the figure itself. But there he is, the Golden King of Abrakhan. Thanks so much, Lord Dave. I'll catch you in a little bit.